Damn, dude, that was fast. Get on here quick. To be fair, I'm late. I had every intention of being on time. But, like, I woke up this morning, I laid in bed for a couple hours, and I got a message from my buddy Jordan. And he's like, hey, man, I'm going for another walk. Do you want to go for a walk? I'm like, yeah, cool. Just give me a little bit, to get myself situated, and we'll go. So I go for a walk, and I got, like, a shit ton of sun. Might be hard to hear me, sorry. So, yeah, this morning I was laying in bed. I stayed in bed for, like, way longer than I should have, and I got a message from my buddy Jordan. He's like, hey, man, work kind of canceled on me, so I'm probably going to go for a walk here in a minute. You want to go for a walk? And I'm like, yeah, cool. Just, give me a little bit to get ready. So I get up, I go for a walk with dude, and it's just a really sunny day. And my pale ass was not prepared for a bright sunny day because I'm fucking Irish as hell. So when I got in front of the camera on stream, dude, I was bright fucking red. I am 100% wearing concealer to try and hide the fact that I am bright red. And I have like one pimple here and another one on my neck that looked just terrible. Like, fuck. Okay, I'm going to be later than I thought because I need to like clean myself up. I also made breakfast. Got vitamins. Dude, you're always going to be more critical of yourself. You're just always going to be that way. It's going to be a thing. You're not great at drums. You're not like a virtuoso, but that's fine. No one expects you to be. You're going to have to accept that there are flaws in your playing and that the only way to fix it is to practice more and get better. Period. It's that simple. It's not that bad. I've played guitar on and off for 20 years, and I still have days where I'm just like, fuck, I suck. I suck so bad. Why do I suck so bad? Why? I've put in the time, man. I should be fucking brilliant. And it doesn't work that way. The truth is I didn't put in the time. That's the honesty of it. Another thing that you have to understand is that recording something on your phone is always going to make you sound so much worse than you are. Like, you would be amazed how much that contributes. It bums me out because every now and then I'll run into a guy that's like a really solid, like a really good guitar player. And he will set up his iPhone or whatever on him playing in front of an amplifier. And no one is going to like that video except people that know how to play guitar. Because only the people that play guitar look at it and say, oh shit, this guy can actually play. The people that want to hear good music are so jaded by all the production and editing of modern music that it doesn't even register. So no matter how hard I tried, if I just set up my phone and had it record output from some speakers, I would sound like garbage. It doesn't matter how well I play. It's still just not going to sound very good. That's why it's so hard to get live recordings. Whenever you have a good live album, it's because they have some kind of like DI box or some recording mechanism that is pulling directly from the sources. So the microphones, say on the drums that go to the PA system, they go to some DI box, some direct input box that records it on the way. And yeah, like it's a big deal if a band can put out a good live record, you know they're a solid band. That's a big difference between modern music and music from back in the day too. So I'm not an anti-click track guy, but one of the funnest experiences I ever had in my life was there was this dude named Chris. He was a drummer for a local metal band. I'm actually not going to say the name of the band because you might be able to track it back to exactly where I live, which would not be the best, and I don't need him berated. Also, he tried to kiss my girlfriend one time and was real surprised when I wasn't mad. I'm like, I mean, she didn't do anything wrong, and you're a fucking idiot for getting drunk and thinking you could, which didn't work for you. So, anyway, uh, he was a really good drummer. He was a decent drummer. And he was up at one of my friend's house in a garage, set up his old drum kit. So we had this 8 by, it was two 4x12s. So 8x12. Two 4x12s are four 12-inch speakers per cabinet, two cabinets, 100-watt amp, loud as fuck. And I'm in there. I'm plugged in on my, it was this guitar actually. This shitty Fender knockoff. I was probably in like drop C tuning, which happens to be the tuning that Soda's in. And I'm just, chugging along. That's it. I think this is standard now. No, it's in drop. Anyway, I just got into a groove and played with the dude. We didn't play anything brilliant. We weren't, making anything virtuoso-esque. There was nothing particularly special about it, but there was a moment where we were in the groove. We were, without thinking, without any backing track, without anything, we found a groove where we both fit in the melody perfectly, and it sounded fucking sick. It sounded so good. He made me sound like a way better guitar player than I am. And this was back way before I had learned how to do a lot of the more complicated shit that I can do now. And a click track ruins that. Click tracks ruin that. Because with click tracks, you're in the groove with a click. So in your head you hear beep, 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 and that's what you're playing to. And some of my like favorite modern bands do this. Knocked Loose, fucking love Knocked Loose. The best hardcore band I've heard in a long time, and they're not even really hardcore anymore. There's some other thing. They're almost nu metal, but they play to a click, and they actually have MIDI tracks that handle all of their effects. So if there's a clean part to the guitar, right? Some computer somewhere automatically switches to their clean tone. And when it goes heavy, it automatically switches to their heavy tone. And if there's like a place in a song where they do like a crazy special effect, it does it automatically. So not only do they have a click track, but all of the changes in timbre are controlled by a computer. Now, when they were rehearsing, when they were recording, they probably didn't have a click track. They probably just riffed off of each other. But some of the best live experiences I have ever seen were instances where the bands just riffed off of each other. They had a really close approximation of the song that was on the album, and they did their best to replicate that and more live. So when it comes to like those speed changes and things like that, don't be too hard on yourself, because I'm pretty sure System of a Down did not use click tracks. Which means that the drummer was setting the pace for the music, right? In fact, if you get into music long enough, you'll notice some interesting things. Like when a new instrument comes in, the tempo of a song often increases unless that instrument is vocals. Often, when vocals come in, the music actually slows down, and it's like marginal. Say you've got a song that's 120 BPM. The guitar comes in, it'll go up to like 122, maybe 125, right? And what's interesting is that 125 will slowly dive back down to 120, which is where they're supposed to be at. And then like a singer will come in and it'll start to dip. It'll hit 118, 115. And then as he gets out of breath and is rushed, it will start to spike up toward the end of a chorus, say, and you'll get up to like 122 again before leveling back off at 120. It is really wild to go back and listen to those old albums and try to keep track of the tempo, because you can see how the interactions between people alters the tempo a lot. Billy Strings, I think, talked about this, and he's the only person I've ever seen that like he's the only one I've ever seen talk about it. I'm sure I'm not the only one, that me and him are not the only ones to ever notice it, but he's the first person I've seen really talk about it. Billy Strings click track. I think he did like a. Let me see if this is it. I don't know.
How do you stay relaxed when you look so relaxed?
No, that's the clip where he smokes pot. Let me see.
Sort of like an old bluegrass hole about folks that play live with like a click in their ears or something, and I'm thinking, well, isn't that why
talk
we
about that?
Like, isn't that why we practice in the practice room? You know, like to work on our timing.
Yeah.
You know, someone that's got good timing, that's a good player. You know?
And there's a collective time feel of an ensemble, and that's an incredibly important thing. That if you play to clicks, you don't get that.
If you listen to like, I mean, some of the most driving stuff, like early Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs and stuff. I mean, that banjo comes in, that tempo goes up a little bit.
Yeah.
And then Lester starts singing and it kind of softens back down. And by the time Earl comes back around for that banjo again, it goes back up.
It breathes, yeah. He's so absolutely right about that. And what's interesting is I don't think of like Earl Scruggs. I think of like old Rolling Stones, old Beatles and stuff. But yeah. What's this? Anyways, take funny Minecraft Bed Wars clip. Hang on, I got to do something really fast. I've got messages and it worries me. What did I say on the internet? Side itches. Okay, never mind. People are liking a comment I made about Nirvana, so I'm good.
1, 2. And then we just start.
Oh, if he had kept going forward, he would have been fine, I think. Wait.
And then we just
They do shoot ahead, but if he were to jump from here to here, I think he could have made it there. Oh, he would have died. He would have had to make it one more block. Yeah, if he were to get down on this and then jump there, he would have maybe survived. Yeah, there's like a little pocket. So like he almost gets hit here. He couldn't have jumped from the top. He should have just walked off and then jumped from here. That would have went past and he would have went between. Well, the thing is, we see that, right? Like you could, but from his perspective, he doesn't see the gap because it's coming at him. So they're all just a cluster that is getting bigger. From your perspective, I guess you can actually
Dude, that's
see.
like 10 fireballs at least.
Why is it all in the sky? Oh man, I have like no interest. I have no interest in competitive Minecraft.
Hi, Danny. Allow me.
I just want to see this guitar or bass or whatever the fuck this is. And it won't let me control the time. Why? There we go. Where is it? I agree with this guy on a lot of statements about like playing instruments, but I kind of find him obnoxious. I don't want to be an ass, but I kind of do. Look at this fucking thing. How many strings is that, dude? How many fucking strings is that? There's not one shot of... Oh, yeah, there is. Let's see if we can figure out how many strings there are. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 times 2, 14 strings?
Gone from a 17 string to a 15 string. Yeah, I noticed. And bass. But they've gone from a 17 string to a 15 string.
My bad, 15.
Yeah,
My bad.
I noticed. And he still only plays 2 of those strings. And he seems to spend most of the time trying to get the bloody thing to work. Hi, Danny. Allow me to.
Okay, that bass makes no sense. So, like, look, you see all these strings, right? There's something else here that makes this make no fucking sense. There is something about this that makes no sense. It annoys me. Also, I think that might be an 18 string. No, 18 minus 1, 2, 16 string. There is something looking at it, looking at this, that makes this make even less sense than the fact that it's got a bajillion strings. It does have to do with the strings, though. There's something wrong with those strings, other than there being a bunch of them. Every single one of those strings is the exact same gauge. What the fuck is the point of having a bajillion strings, but they're all the same gauge? Like, yes, you can still tune them, but pretty much only microtonally. So like I have a 56, so low string on this. Pretty sure it's a 56, right? That's a very thick fucking string for a regular 6-string guitar. Some people would disagree. They prefer thins, whatever. But I can go from about a low G up to a maybe D tuning. So I can do like a G, A, B, or C. Those are the ones that it would be best. G, B, A, C. Right? So that's G, G sharp, A sharp, B, C. That's a difference of 6 semitones. Which means that 6 of these strings you could tune one semitone off of each other. But then the other 10 strings, you're just shit out of luck. Do you double them up? Does he treat it like a 12-string guitar where it's like 2 strings are E and 2 strings are A? And I don't understand what the fuck this guy is doing. That is actually the most ridiculous shit I have ever seen. And what do you mean by a kitchen table guitar? Is this like a Jack White thing? What is this brand?
This is called freeze branding. And
yes, but what is the brand? Oh, dude. Okay, first off, fuck freeze branding. But I would not get an animal paw on me. It would be like getting a pineapple tattoo. There are meanings behind those that you might not be aware of. If you don't know what a pineapple tattoo means, don't get a pineapple tattoo, chat. Don't do it. The same with most of your paw print stuff. Just use your imagination. I'm not going to explain it. I thought this was going to be an actual thing. What do you mean, kitchen table guitar? Wait. Okay, so this is what I mean. Like, this is actually solid. This is solid guitar playing. This is like good jazz playing. But it's like a shitty cell phone recording. Dude, I actually fuck with this guy's style. It's just such a nice slow jazz. Very Django. Not like Django and Django Reinhardt. It suddenly occurred to me he's a black guy, so saying Django might be confusing. I love this guy's style. Does he have any clean recordings?
Pretty good sound.
It's also cool to see that he doesn't use like a lot of your jazz guitarists will use like the proper position, the classical position, which is weird because I've picked up the classical position just because it's more comfortable to play the bridge. But classical is like this. So like I don't know what the position is called, but this is the proper position. You don't play it on your leg like that. You set it like this. Which sitting cross-legged feels good, but it literally puts the bridge right there. You're good to go. But another thing is the way he holds the pick. He holds the pick like this. I don't know if you noticed, but it's more like this, where the proper position is like this. Your hand's almost a fist. Wow, you can almost not see the pick. That's cool. A lot of jazz guys are weird about like proper position, the same as classical guitarists are. So it's kind of surprising that he plays so loose. I like it. Makes me want to listen to more jazz. Why am I being recommended an IUD placement procedure? I don't know what queer baiting is, and I'm gonna be honest, I actually don't know who Sabrina Carpenter is. I've heard the name. I don't know who that is. YouTube is so confused. It's right to like recommend fucking jungle music and guitar stuff. I get it. I just don't understand why it ooh, the flipper. That would be cool. Dude, there's a flipper being sold like in my hometown for like 20 bucks or something. I thought about buying it. Should I get a flipper, chat? Hey, Crust, do you think I should get a flipper? I just don't know what I would do with it. Yeah, flipper 0. One of these guys. How expensive are they? Yeah, dude, they I swear to God, they were selling one for like 20, 25 bucks. Local. They were like, it's super cool. I just never used the damn thing. And I'm like, shit, I might actually buy that because it's an insane price. I was trying to think of like cool things I could do with it, but there's not a whole lot. There's not a lot that I can think of to do with the flipper that I couldn't do with a compact laptop. But maybe I'm wrong. The fuck is a video game module? Okay, that's kind of fucking cool. Okay, that's actually pretty damn neat. Fuck, it kind of makes me want to get a flipper, dude. I feel like I would get in so much trouble, though, chat. I feel like I would get in so much trouble. I feel like I would take over the televisions at Walmart or something. I've kind of wanted to do that for a long time anyway. The same with apparently the new like LCD screen menus at fast food restaurants often have really weak password protection because they hire dumbasses to change the menu. So it'll be like 0000 or 1234 or whatever. And then it's just a matter of casting whatever you want to those televisions. So you could do wild shit. Hopefully they fix that. But that was a problem there for a while. There was a guy who did a meme on the internet where he was casting hardcore pornography to the menus at like a Burger King or something. I wouldn't do that, but it would be funny. You know the car meme where the face jumps out and screams at you? I would love to change all the TVs to that in like a Burger King. And everybody who doesn't know what that is just going to have a heart attack. That's one of the reasons why I probably wouldn't do it, actually, is because someone may literally have a heart attack. And then it's like, oh, wow, I'm on the hook for murder because I thought it would be funny to put a video on the TV, you know? The fastest racing game you'll never play. I'm curious about that. Also, I'm curious about Lori Wired's "A Russian Hacker Walked into a Cafeteria" video. I'm curious what that's about. Captain America's still cool.
It's the Mandarin. Beware Avengers, the might of my power rings.
Who is this guy, Iron Man? And why does he feel? Why does he feel so weird?
Well, he's a product of a different time.
Different time. This is happening right now.
I am the Mandarin. With the power of my rings, not any of you will be able to stop me from destroying New York City.
Well, geez, is he right?
Well, he is pretty strong, but if we work together...
Got him.
Oh,
Got him.
Jesus Christ, Captain, you shot him.
Yep, right between the eyes.
Oh, my God, he's dead. He's really dead.
That's what happens.
Well, not even comic book
That's what
He
happens.
disappeared off a cliff, though. He's really dead.
That was the idea, yeah.
Why the hell did you do that?
What do you mean? He said he had the power to wipe out this city and we couldn't stop
They
him.
all say that. Literally every villain says that. Mo-Man says that. Would you shoot Mo-Man?
I'd shoot him even if he didn't say
What
that.
happened to you, Cap? What about your code, huh?
What are you talking about? I don't have a rule against killing people.
You
Of
don't?
course not. Tony, I'm a World War II soldier.
He was a World War II soldier. He definitely killed people.
You think I was throwing fucking haymakers at Nazis all day? Oh, I was spraying and praying everywhere I went.
Oh, wow.
I killed so many people back then. They were thinking of changing my name to Captain Kill America, but that was really dumb. I killed the guy who suggested it. I mean, he revealed himself to be a spy first, but really I had dual motivations.
So, are we just allowed to kill people now?
You throw a hammer at people. I'm surprised you haven't already.
I don't know. I'm kind of... I don't know why I just assumed you wouldn't do that. I thought you would have a thing against
Don't
it.
get me wrong, Dad. I'm not a crazy murderer. I don't go with the final option unless there really isn't any other way.
What, in the Mandarin, he's the bar you set for no other
I
options?
mean, maybe if he only had 1 or 2 rings, but he had 10. I mean, it's 1 per finger. I mean, only God knows what he could do.
I believe they shoot fire and lightning and light.
Yeah, well, luckily mine shot bullets, so that's another day saved.
And finally, the leader makes his grand appearance.
Uh-oh.
Really not a good
Are
time.
you shocked to see me? Did the Mandarin not tell you of our grand scheme? Where is the
So,
Mandarin?
is it like he said, you two are going to destroy the city?
Indeed! And with the help of a special neurotoxin I had designed, I can kill the citizens of this doomed city at the push of a button!
Is that so?
Yeah, but we can defeat him with our combined mind and just our
Oh,
fists.
but if you'd so much lay a finger on me, I promise to activate it. Your only options are to surrender to the will of the leader, or to kill me in cold blood!
Got it.
Yes, now you must decide. To kill, to take a life, the ultimate sin. How heavy the cross must... What? As I was saying, would you really... kill me, even if it meant saving countless lives, the entire city, in fact? Would you... What are you... I don't get what you're trying to... You must decide to kill me in this unarguably morally justified scenario, or to let thousands die at the push of a... Still no idea what you're trying to say.
God damn it, he's got us! Fuck!
Well, that's another day saved. I guess...
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God, he's still alive.
Oh, my God.
Are you okay?
I think so. I don't know.
Jesus Christ.
This hasn't happened before. I don't know what to do.
Just surrender,
Yeah,
man.
it's
Don't
over.
fight.
I give up. Okay. I need a hospital. Maybe. I don't know.
What does it feel like right
It doesn't even really hurt. Like, should it hurt?
This video is brought to you by GamerSups and the Flip.
That was pretty fucking cute. I approve of that. Oh, will it have hexagons on the mushroom? I did notice the fucking theme song. I'm gonna get some more milkshake. Hang on. It's a protein shake. Don't judge me. I haven't eaten breakfast. It's as close as I get. Well, shit. Oh. Okay, it landed upside down. Broke it. So So you can't let protein shakes get to room temperature because if you do, they turn a funky color. There's the bananas in them. So I stuck it in the freezer. It was a mistake. It was it was hush. It was a mistake. I did not expect. I mean, it's been not even a half hour, about a half hour, I guess, since I put it in there. It's hardcore frozen now. Shit. So now I gotta like set it out and wait for it to thaw, I guess. Damn. Okay.
Hi everyone.
So Actress played Oblivion and apparently it was super optimized and he had trouble with his 2060 Super. Like it wouldn't. Interiors were fine, exteriors were awful. I'm still going to try it today. We're going to see what it's about.
Today I wanted to tell you a story, and I really like this story for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's really funny, but second of all, I think it represents a lot of the common challenges and frustrations that we experience inside of tech and security. Now this...
I'll probably watch this later. I do like Lori Wired's videos, but... Is this like a Wipeout knockoff? What is this? Dude, Redout was great. I'd love to get the Redout sequel. Redout was the closest I felt to playing Wipeout again. Only Pod Racing and Wipeout really felt just fucking ridiculous. Well, Redout actually felt more ridiculous than Wipeout, to be fair, but it is so obviously a Wipeout game. Yo, that's pretty fucking fast. But to be fair, it's very Redouty. Redout was this way too. I'm curious if it has yaw. That was one thing that was really hard to get used to in Redout is if you pointed your nose down on a flat plane, you would go faster because there was less air resistance. But if you needed to make air, you'd have to pull up. If you push down when going through a loop-de-loop, you'd actually grind against the racetrack, which would slow you down. And so you weren't just concerned with left and right, you were concerned with up and down. It was actually a lot of fun. It took a little bit of practice to get used to, but once you did, I got about 3/4 the way through the game, and there was one map. It was a time trial where I had to average like over 1,000 kilometers a minute, and I could not, for whatever reason, beat that fucking thing. I was always at like 980 or whatever, and I can never beat that time trial. It looks very much like this. Maybe a little bit better than this, actually, but this still looks like a lot of fun. And you're going arguably faster in this than you are in Wipeout. Most of Wipeout, like the beginning levels, you're going like 600, 700 kilometers an hour.
Extreme Formula.
So going 1900 is insane.
What's already here is more than enough to make this purchase worth your while. You've got 39 tracks, 20 songs, 15 hoverjets with 4 variations each.
This sounds very shilly to me. It sounds very shilly because most levels aren't that difficult to create, and Redout had just an absolutely insane number of levels you could play.
5 different difficulties, 2-player split screen that's remote play enabled, and one of the fastest racing experiences that you...
Now, the speed, though. The speed is insane. If you're talking about going 1,000 miles an hour, that's fucking crazy.
And it's all being made by just one indie developer, Lake Feppard.
His last name is Feppard?
This game has changed so much since its initial demo release.
It does look pretty cool, but it's not quite as pretty as Redout. The level construction looks very similar. For those that have not played Redout, I haven't played Redout 2, but I'll use Redout 2 as an example because presumably Yeah, presumably it looks better. But Redout looks beautiful, dude. It is a beautiful looking game. You go pretty fucking fast, but you don't go 1600. But the levels feel really good because control of pitch and yaw really makes a huge difference. Also, you can turn left and right, but you can also strafe left and right like a human being. So it actually feels more like more than 6 axis of control. It feels like 8. It's wild. The closest I could think of is like a Battlefield helicopter at 1,000 miles an hour. That's what it feels like. There's a lot of penalties for not being clean though. You can tell like when he hits anything, it slows, like there, it slows you way down. You cannot, you have to drive clean. You can't. But I played the shit out of this game, dude. Oh, man. One thing you can do with this game, too, if I remember right, is turn off motion blur. Because motion blur gets so extreme when you're going really, really fast that it's actually hard to see where the fuck you're going.
Each track has one of those, just like GX did back. First, Lake was going to add online multiplayer. As of right now, unless more people show interest in this game, online multiplayer pretty much won't happen. The remote play together is pretty freaking cool, though.
No. Oh, no, I never did. I know what you're talking about, though.
Is the original character design for the pilots. Now,
This does look cool, but the levels look less interesting. And I don't mean that they look like ugly or anything, although they're not quite as pretty as Redout. It's like in Redout, the levels were so windy and required so much control, and they were so punishing if you made even the smallest mistake that you would obsessively, I mean, you'd spend hours, I would spend hours perfecting a track, trying to get through, say, 3 laps without hitting anything. And that sounds easy. You're like, stay in the middle of the road. Sure. But also, when you're doing like a loop-de-loop, right? If you do a loop-de-loop, you have to pull up, because if you don't, the front of your vehicle will rake and slow you down. And you're like, okay, well, that's not so bad for like loop-de-loops. Yes, but if you're pointed up, it slows you down on a straightaway, or if you're going down on a slope. So you need to match the topography of the track that you're on perfectly. So you're not just left, right, go fast. You're legitimately trying to match the topography of the map as closely as possible so that you maximize your speed. It was really, really a lot of fun. And there are usually like these really high stakes shortcuts where if you fucked up, it was over. But if you got good at doing the shortcuts, you were sure to win. It was a lot of fun.
Pretty freaking cool, though. Another scrapped idea is the original character design for the...
If this game actually is actually fun, XF Extreme Formula, I'd consider it. I'm not going to get it now. I've unfortunately spent too much money the last 2 days. But I would support a developer making a Wipeout-like game. I would 100%. I feel like it wouldn't actually be that hard of a game to make. The multiplayer would be very difficult to program, but as far as just making a game where car go fast, I feel like that's not so bad, especially like a hover game like this, because you're not dealing with like realistic traction and stuff. Now, if you're talking about like a realistic racing game, like a BeamNG, something that borders on a simulator, it'd be very, very hard. 1999. Yeah, I was just talking about Redout 2. I've played Redout 1. I have not played Redout 2. I loved Redout 1, and I might get Redout 2 if it ever goes on a big enough sale. Did you not see me show the video just a minute ago? Where I was like, dude, Redout looks beautiful. It's not as fast as XF Formula, but it is a beautiful looking game. The like hyper realism is so nice. Or what I mean is like a stylized form of realism. Very, like, retro wave, cyberpunky, a lot of cyan, a lot of magenta. But yeah, I loved Red Out. Yeah, Red Out is so much fun. Fuck, I might play some more Red Out, dude. I haven't played it in a minute. It's one of the funnest. It's still not as fun as the classic Need for Speed games. The original Most Wanted, the Need for Speed Undergrounds and stuff are the funnest. Even Need for Speed 2015 was great. There hasn't been a good Need for Speed game since 2015, in my opinion. Man, there are some levels that are incredibly hard to navigate. Because you're punished so much for every mistake, like... And what's interesting for those that don't know, the reason why they call it Red Out is because the G-forces actually impact your playing. So sometimes, even when you perfect the map, if you get it so clean that you never slow down, every time you take a turn, it applies cheese to your character, and you can black your character out in the game. That's why they call it Red Out. You literally like go unconscious for a second and you lose the ability to see the map. It's wild. That was another really cool mechanic that I really liked in the original Red Out, because it sort of punished you almost for perfecting it too much. And it was a mechanic you had to work around once you got really good at navigating a map. It's like, damn, that's fucking clever. So like, high skill ceiling is you're going so cleanly that it punishes you for it, and it's a new thing that you have to work around, but only once you really navigate a map well. If you're being really shitty, if you're hitting like every rail, if you're scraping the track all the fucking time, you'll never Red Out. But once you get really clean with it, you'll start to Red Out on sharp turns, loop-de-loops and stuff, and you have to figure out how to navigate that. And a lot of it was literally just memorizing the track by feel instead of by look. Because if you could get to another straightaway, the G-forces would balance out and you'd come back to, you could see again. It was cool. God, such a good game. One that nobody talks about either. Like, no one talks about Red Out. So it's cool that dude talked about XF, Extreme Formula. It's pretty neat. Oh, have a good night, man. Yeah. I feel bad a lot lately. I don't feel good now. I'm just doing the best I can, you know? Pacer. Hang on. You know what this reminds me of? Oh no, there's too many memes about it. That's a bummer. There's actually too many memes. I can't find the one. I'd recognize the dude. There's like a voice actor who does this thing. I spelled actor wrong. Don't judge me. Never mind. I won't be able to find it. If I ever see it again, I'll post it for you guys because it's so fucking funny. I can't like describe it because it has to do with how good this guy can voice act. I like the energy weapons and stuff. Very OG Wipeout. Oh, it absolutely doesn't. Yeah, I was just being silly. Why does the space bar not play? That's such a weird thing. Well, I'm making a gigantic mess, chat. Hang on. Damn it. Wow. What incredibly bad luck. Hang on. The ring around my blender accrues condensation when it's cold. So I turned it over to pour out some protein shake, and it poured water all over my lap. And while I was distracted with that, because I stuck it in the freezer, a big frozen chunk of protein almost ended up in the floor. Thankfully, I salvaged it. It's fine, but I had to go get the water off my damn pant leg. Is this not out yet? Oh, $40? I don't know. I'll wishlist it, but I feel like Redout does what it's doing a little bit better. Ballistic NG. Is this Beam NG but Wipeout for $15? Oh, dude, it looks exactly like a cleaned up Wipeout. Oh, this is so Wipeout-like. Oh my god, this is Wipeout on modern hardware. How cool. You're so floaty. That was the way it was in Wipeout too. They actually got first person. Let's go. Because that's how I play. I play first person in these. '90s era techno music. The barrel rolls. Was that like randomly a Buick? That was pretty cool, man. Damn. Okay, this one I'm kind of stoked about because this really does feel like the original Wipeout. For those of you that haven't played it, you're missing out.
Watch out, Avengers! It's the Mandarin.
It's gonna autoplay.
Who is this guy, Iron Man? And why does he feel? Why does he feel so weird?
Well, he's a product of a different time.
Wipeout. Look at those graphics, chat. Insane. I think it was a group called Cold Storage that did like all the music for the original. The only reason why this game got made was because of the Hackers movie too. I didn't know that. I just thought, man, it's weird that Wipeout looks like Wipeout, but like something else in the Hackers movie. Well, it turns out that it like built enough popularity around it. They built an entire game. I'm pretty sure that's how that worked out. Was Hackers created enough interest in a game like that shown on the movie Hackers that they made a fully fledged game. And of course, it's not exactly the same, but it looks it's very similar. Yeah, a bit like the Tron games. Yeah, so if you watch that's basically first-person Wipeout in the background. God, this is so 90s at this point. Bondage pants with roller skates.
That's a nice score for a girl.
Why do you have to be sexist for, bro?
Think you can do better?
I'll give it a shot.
I'll give it a shot.
I haven't seen this in forever. I can't believe I remembered that.
Is this kid bothering you, Kate? Sorry, can I get some room here? Yeah, why don't you come up here?
Why is she wearing knee pads? By the way, the Angelina Jolie and this guy like dated for years after this movie. Oh yeah, because I remember the 90s and the cool kids did wear shit like this, but it wasn't commonplace. Yeah, no real hacker types dressed like that. That's absolutely true. It was only the cool alt kids in school that dressed like this. And there would be like 5 in the entire school that dressed that way. I remember from being a kid, there would be like 5 people. They'd be their own little clique that dressed like this. None of them were the computer hacker type either. Yeah, exactly. The alt goth were as close. Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. Yeah. Yeah, there was definitely some overlap, but dude, yeah, I mean, the chances that there would be enough of them that there would be an entire like warehouse building filled with video games where everyone dressed like it's just not real. It's not. The idea that there's like some rave hacker scene overlap is so silly.
He's good.
The kid with the cigarette in his mouth who's trying to be cool, now that was really common.
Well, it looks like I'm on top.
Congratulations. No one's ever beat it before. Just made an enemy for life.
Matrix kind of gets a pass, though, because Matrix isn't the real world. Right? Like Matrix is so far removed from real life. It's like, okay, it was a stylistic choice for a movie. It's artificial because the world is artificial. It gets a pass. Hackers kind of too, to an extent, but not as much as the Matrix because they are just in New York in the 90s. They're not, you know what I mean? They're not in the Matrix, New York. Because if you look at the way they dressed in the real world in the Matrix, it was very toned down, cheap, handmade clothing. They only looked stylish and cool in the Matrix, right? And also their idea of hackers is it's so weird. Like it was so over the top that like, oh, hackers are the ones that break out of the Matrix, you know. It's very much like that I'm gonna hack time guy. Fuck. Mullet dude. This guy, Hacker Man. It was so over the top. Right. Exactly. Yeah, at least it was a sci-fi future, right. So it's a little more removed from reality than Hackers is. Hackers only gets a pass because it's sort of like a satire on how people thought of hackers. Like there was this idea that hackers were all super cool. And so if you're like a producer in the 90s and you're worth a couple $1 million and you're trying to make a stylistic film, you're going to pick all the fashionable choices. You're going to try and make them as cool as they are perceived to be, but you're confused about what makes them cool. It was more of a respect for someone who is both intelligent and rebellious, not because of how they dressed, you know? I don't know. Maybe I'm getting too far in the weeds. Why, hello there. How to hack time.
Hey guys, I'm Hackerman. Today I'm gonna show you how to hack common
We're watching Hackerman's hacking tutorials. How to hack time.
household objects back or forward in time. To achieve this, you need some top-of-the-line equipment. Some of it may be hard to find because it hasn't yet been made available to the public. First of all, you need a lot of RAM, at least 256 kilobytes. The processor also has to be able to handle the vast amount of data needed for time travel. This isn't a problem for me, as I have one of the latest processors running at 7.66 megahertz. But remember, with great processing power...
Well, it depends. If you're talking about the security guys, they're absolutely not. They're absolutely not. But I do think that there was a subset of hackers that were at least bordering on criminal that had an issue with authority. I do think that that type of person existed. It's also very different now. That rebellious type doesn't exist in the same way as it did before. There definitely were a lot of young hackers that were doing shit just because they could. And that included doing things that were not necessarily morally unethical, but morally gray. I'm sure there was definitely morally unethical people, but I think at a certain point, you're no longer rebellious. You're just a fucking criminal. You know what I mean?
Power comes great responsibility.
I guess. I don't know. I'm not going to argue about it.
Let's get going. We're gonna hack this 3.5-inch floppy disk to the year 2005. By then, I suspect it will be possible to store even bigger amounts of data, maybe even in the tens of megabytes, on disks about this size. So this might not be too useful for them. Place it on your partition board, and make sure it's within range of the cellular transmitter. Before you boot your computer, make sure your modem is properly connected. The modem is what lets us bypass the grid relay and penetrate the barrier into space-time. Obviously.
Please insert external drive.
Yeah, I'll insert my external drive. Ladies. The mainframe...
I have never seen this. This is so stupid. The original film, though, is so good. What was it? Kung Fury. Yeah. Kung Fury was hilarious, dude. It was so over the top. Yeah, I just had 56. Well, there was the one that was slower than the 56 kilobyte. Was it the 28, like the old 28K modems? I think was the first they ever had. I will say that although they take a lot of creative, although they're over the top also, War Games and Sneakers to an extent was a little more accurate about what the people were like. I'm trying to think of something else that was like that. What was the one about Kevin Mitnick also was kind of accurate in terms of what the people were like, what the actual people doing the hacking were like. But a lot of the technology was wildly inaccurate. Well, I don't know about the Kevin Mitnick one. I know he was hacking cell phones, and I know that he hacked the SAS system and he was keeping track of the FBI, but I don't know that he actually hacked into cell services at the time. I don't know that he actually did that. And I'm afraid that if he said that he did that, he might be exaggerating. I'm going to listen to True Survivor really quick.
Hey.
What I mean is that a lot of them were just nerds. A lot of the people that were really good with computers and that were capable of, quote, hacking, they were just nerds. They were just, you know what I mean? Technically gifted introverts. Nothing wrong with that, but that's what they were. They're generally socially awkward, really technically gifted. And occasionally you'd have... Oh, dude. I mean, that happened all the time in those old movies. That is the most common complaint I have about technology in old movies, is that they'll be running some ridiculously slow machine with an incredibly narrow bandwidth and doing something like War Games. Oh, we have an AI that, you know, can shoot nukes all over the world. It's like, that's not, you can't, that's not how that works. You want to know something small that's technical in old movies that I hate? Is resolutions. I know this sounds weird. It's something that no one talks about, but you'll have variable resolutions on the same screen. I can actually demonstrate this, I think. I'll use Sprite as an example, probably. Work the best. Oh my God. I fucking hate you, Discord. You literally cover my file location. That's so obnoxious. I'm going to have to turn all those off. I hate that Discord does that. I think one time I noticed this in Thing, if I remember right. So I need a 2x2 block, not a 1x1, but a 2x2. So you'll have like, say, text, that's a 2x2 or a 4x4 block, right? I'm going to have to use 2x2 for this example. But like, you'll have like something that says, there probably actually is a text tool, a text tool in this, and I just don't know it. Right. I'm not even going to try and do the text. Let's just imagine we got text here, right? What you'll have is you'll have one resolution for the text, but then you'll have this incredibly fine resolution drawing an object, like a couple of eyeballs, right? And you see this a lot because what it is you have what was actually on the screen in the movie. And then you have, we're going to fill this with black. Let's go to bucket tool. So it's a little clearer for you guys to see. Where is the bucket tool? Yeah, paint bucket tool. Here we go. Boop, 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 boop. So you'll have like one resolution for an image and another resolution for the text. I'm doing it with the mouse. Give me a break. And the reason why this is because the text, right, will actually be on the CRT monitor in the movie, but the image will be a special effect they've added in. And it becomes really like my modern eyes immediately recognize that they have superimposed something that they've done in post with something they actually caught on film. It looks really odd. I think The Thing did this with the simulation, if I remember right. The Thing simulation scene. I think, yeah, I think it might have been, they might have done it here. I don't remember if it was this or not that they did it in. Now that actually looks accurate. It still looks like that might be superimposed, but maybe it wasn't this. Maybe it was like Alien or something. I don't remember what it was that I saw it in. Because this actually looks like the correct pixel size. I don't even want to imagine how they did that. I don't even want to imagine it. I do miss old practical effects, though. Man, do I miss old practical effects. It's so much harder to do now because there are fewer people capable of doing it. And it often is more expensive to do it. You know, they're making a sequel to The Thing. Like, not a prequel, a sequel, supposedly. I swear, I read about it recently. I accidentally double hit space. What? This is not the same, The Thing. Yeah, this was recently. Gizmodo, John Carpenter says a Thing sequel might be on the way. Yeah. You can actually tell that a lot of the electrical effects on the old ones, on all the old films, were practical. And it's crazy that they managed to make electricity effects practically, but they did. My brother was trying to make a black eye for his short film, and it ended up with a $5 in my pocket and a strained eye. What do you mean? Did he punch you in the face? Don't let your brother punch you in the face. That's silly. Do you want to get punched in the face? Because that's how you get... I'm just kidding. How was he planning on making a black eye? I feel like... Oh, a bunch of makeup. I feel like that wouldn't be that hard. I feel like that really wouldn't be that hard. You just have to get the color correct. So obviously you need a purple, but you also need like a yellow. To get it accurate, you would do like a layer of yellow that's a little bit larger than a layer of purple. Because as the sunlight pulls the... I can't remember what the mechanism is, but there's a chemical reaction that happens where sunlight actually slowly helps to dissipate bruises. Those bruises begin to yellow. So the older portions of the bruise will be yellow, very subtly yellow. And then the newer portions will be purple. But you also have to fake inflammation, which is kind of crazy. It's funny when a non-injurious filming accident makes... Dude, shit, Empire Strikes Back. It's obvious. Like, Luke Skywalker got in a car accident. Mark Hamill got in a car accident, right? So one of the first scenes in the film, he gets all fucked up by the ice dude. And it sells it. He looks like he had his face fucked up. Because he did. Hans Gruber falling was an accident, so that's really him reacting. Holy shit, I did not know that. Did he get hurt? I had no idea that Hans Gruber actually fell. Oh, Alan Rickman, right? Alan Rickman actually fell in Die Hard. One of my favorite Christmas movies, man. Yes, Alan Rickman actually fell from the window in Die Hard during the famous stunt scene where Hans Gruber falls to his death. While the stunt was planned, Rickman was tricked into thinking he would be dropped on the count of 3, but the stunt team actually released him on a count of 1. This surprise release combined with a 40-foot drop into a crash pad resulted in a genuine look of fear and shock in Rickman's face, which the filmmakers ultimately used in the final cut. That's amazing. Spooderman's the best. I love Spooderman. I really, really, really want a jumping spider as a pet. I don't know why, but I'm getting a lot of jumping spider content like in my feed lately. And it's like, oh, that's so cute. Look at the cute little jumping. Jumping spiders are unnecessarily smart. It makes no sense. Sorry, I got a whole bunch of picks on the ground because I tend to fiddle with them when I'm on stream. Come here. I'm hitting them all up my floor. Shit. There we go. Like, I got, like, tons of them. Those are just some of the loose ones. I got more loose ones. There's one here. Got a baggie full of them. But yeah. I might, see what Oblivion is like. Because I haven't played Oblivion since I was a kid. I feel like jumping spiders would break you of having a fear of spiders because they are the most harmless fucking things. Well, I mean, if you've got real arachnophobia, I don't really have a phobia of anything. I can't imagine being irrationally afraid of much. You know, because a jumping spider is, my God, the size of a nickel. They're pretty damn small. And they are literally harmless. I've never heard about someone being like, oh, I got bit by a jumping spider. And they're smart, and they get attached to their owners for some reason, which that's what's weird. You wouldn't think an arachnid would have the intelligence to build an attachment to a person. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, exposure therapy is one of the only ways to deal with phobias, but it is also like the most awful thing to the person who has a phobia. You're actually absolutely right. I used to talk to my ex about that. Yeah. Yeah, the weird thing about, like, the thing that doesn't make sense with jumping spiders are they legitimately like get attached to their owner, and whether it's a genuine attachment or they're like, oh, this is the thing that feeds me or lets me play, I don't know. But they behave like a little puppy or something. I can't explain it. It is the weirdest thing. I've been watching so much jumping spider content lately. I'm like, holy fuck, these little guys are just happy to be around their owner. It's the wildest thing. And they can live for up to 3 years, which means if you get a pet possum and you get a pet jumping spider, the pet possum is going to die before the pet jumping spider, which is crazy. I'm going to mute audio really quick. I'm curious about this. I will. Hang on. A new AMP sim just dropped. but it's $120, which is stupid. But I'm going to bookmark it because I just listened to a sample of it and it sounds sick as fuck. I was going to look up jumping spiders though. It's a shame that it's $120, but yeah. Yeah, jumping spiders are ridiculous. That you should see their behavior. It makes no sense. I mean, it actually doesn't make sense. I've never seen any arachnid ever behave that way. I swear to God, they're like little puppies. It makes no sense. They are too small. Their brain should not be capable of the types of behaviors you see from jumping spiders. It's like how odd it is that bumblebees can fly. Because like their wingspan to body ratio makes no fucking sense. But they are ridiculous creatures.
Besides Gomez's unfortunate toilet accidents on me. Oh my god, you just pooped on me. Why? I just wanted to show you what it's like to have a jumping spider. Obviously they're all a little bit different. Some are a little more handleable than others. Gomez and Morticia are very, very good. And literally I've been sat on my phone with him sat on my hand. I guess I'm warm, hence why you pooped. And also, hence why you're staying. Yeah.
They like to dance with their arms, by the way. That's like a communication thing they do.
You're staying close to me. You now want to get on the phone. Yeah. But they're awesome little pets.
Phone, please. Phone. Phone, please.
Besides,
makes no sense, man. They don't make any sense. I don't understand why jumping spiders are the way that they are. And it changed my perspective of spiders, because like I've never like been really afraid of spiders, but I've also never really like thought of them as being cute until I started watching jumping spiders, and I'm like, oh, these little shits are actually, they're like little puppies. That would freak someone out if they're not used to spiders though. Get jumped on. A lot of these are not jumping spiders. Ooh, peacock spiders are the ones that do the little dances. No, I know you're talking about the Brazilian wandering spider. Let's not. I feel like if you have arachnophobia, you don't want to deal with this.
Forgot that you're in Brazil.
Oh, he got out, bro. You did. You failed.
I'm going to sleep before I catch you. Oh. This means.
Oh, he mad.
Do not touch.
Yeah, he mad.
Hear me? Oh my god.
To be fair, that spider is scared shitless. That's why it's doing the arms up in the air. It's like, I'm big. I'm real big. Leave me alone. I'm real big. I want to see... yeah. Jumping spiders are not the same, though, dude. Jumping spiders don't make sense. They actually don't.
Just launching these little spiders.
They're fuzzy and they act like puppies. It's the weirdest thing. It's like they almost shouldn't even be classified as like spiders.
Association that you are where food comes from, with a general affection towards you. These spiders are really quite special, but they have no need to recognize faces, form social bonds, or do much of anything outside of hunting, avoiding predators, and mating. Another myth I have heard is that these spiders can generate feelings, whether that be affection.
That's what I was going to say. I don't think that they have genuine affection. I think that it is a series of behaviors that appear to be affection, but really it's an attachment to a food source, I think is all it is. I feel the same way about reptiles. There's no way. The thing is, though, that jumping spiders to a human are totally harmless. They're not going to do anything to you. They can't. Like their bite and everything is so insignificant. Even if they bit you, it probably wouldn't break your skin. And they're not venomous. At least most of them aren't that I know of. Cute little guy. Fluff. What do you mean? I looked up Fluffy Frog and all I get is weird AI stuff. Unless you mean these guys. Potato frogs. Oh, the frog that goes invisible? Glass frogs are cool. Glass frogs are cool. They're cool frogs. Because glass frogs, they can redistribute their blood so that they become even more transparent.
Invisible. Meet the glass frog, an extraordinary creature with a body so transparent you can see its heart beating and its organs working. Found in the rainforests of Central and South America, the glass frog has captivated scientists and nature enthusiasts alike with its almost completely transparent underbelly. This incredible feature is thought to be a form of camouflage, making the frog blend seamlessly with its leafy surroundings when viewed from below. But the transparency isn't just for hiding from predators. It also offers a rare window into the inner workings of an amphibian. You can observe its heart pumping blood, its stomach digesting food, and even its eggs developing, all in real time. Glass frogs are small, generally no larger than a few centimeters in length, but what they lack in size, they make up for in fascinating biology. At night, these nocturnal creatures come alive, leaping from leaf to leaf, their translucent...
Why is he hairy? That's weird. Is a Central African species of frog in the family Anthroleptidae and is typically considered monotypic with the genus Trichobatrachus. But based on genetics, it should be included in the Astelosternus instead. What? No shit.
These frogs are also known as the hairy frog for the hair-like structures found on males, which
hair-like
we'll get to in just a bit.
I was going to say, they can't have hair because they're amphibians.
They've also been called horror frogs, though we aren't really sure why. These frogs are awesome. Wolverine frogs live in Central West Africa. They are found in forested habitats as well as agricultural fields and wetland areas like swamps. They don't shy away from fast-moving waters, though. In fact, their tadpoles can be found hanging out at the foot of waterfalls in fast-flowing rivers. In elevation, wolverine frogs may be found up to nearly a mile. This amphibian's diet consists of
That's a snail.
arthropods and other...
That's a big fucking snail, but it's a snail. The reason why I know it's a big snail is look at the size of the leaf.
Invertebrates. The adults, in turn, are eaten by people. Due to this frog's defenses, humans hunt hairy frogs with long spears, so they don't have to actually touch the frogs while catching them. We'll explain why soon. Hairy frog tadpoles may be eaten by fish. Currently, they're listed as least concern, though habitat loss and degradation is believed to be decreased.
I hate to do this to you, but I have definitely eaten frogs before. 100% I've eaten frogs. They taste like if you... They taste like as if you crossed like fish with chicken.
Increasing their population. A wolverine
frog legs are good.
Frog's head is wider than it is long. Their nostrils sit closer to their eyes rather than right on.
I've also eaten baby octopus, although I've had both good baby octopus and bad baby octopus.
The tip of their snout, like some.
I don't think I'll ever eat octopus again, though. They're way too intelligent. I didn't know that when I ate them. I felt bad. They are way too smart to be eaten, I think.
Other frog species. They get the name wolverine frog because of the claws on their back feet. As a means of defense, wolverine frogs can project bone through their skin, which can cut into the flesh of would-be predators. This is why humans hunt them with long spears. Pushing bone through skin is like the character Wolverine, hence the common name.
So a bunch of Central West Africans were so familiar with Marvel comics that they named a frog the Wolverine frog?
It's believed the frogs can retract the bones when not in use, and the skin will heal, again like the Marvel hero. This behavior is somewhat like a cat retracting its claws. However, cats don't break their nails through their own skin.
Kitty.
Wolverine frogs are the only known vertebrates to use claws made of actual bone without any kind of keratinous cover, though technically there are a handful of frogs who have these claws. The Wolverine frog species specifically has another interesting trait. These frogs mate during the rainy season. Males likely call to females much like other frogs because they have vocal sacs. The males are larger than the females, which is somewhat uncommon.
That is uncommon with most creatures. I don't know of any other amphibian where the male is bigger than the female. It's usually the other way around.
Among frog species, though we've talked about other frogs, like the Goliath frog, where the guys are bigger. Wolverine frogs range in size from 3 to 5 inches in length. Females produce clutches of 2 to over 20 eggs. These are
Wait. There are instances of these frogs only having a clutch of 2 eggs.
are laid in streams on rocks, and the eggs are sticky. Over the course of the breeding season, the female may lay hundreds of eggs. The male Wolverine frog protects the eggs, and this may be why he becomes hairy.
Interesting. That also explains why he's larger.
Only the male becomes hairy, and the filaments that protrude from his skin are not unlike gills. At full length, these structures can be well over half an inch long. It's from these filaments that hairy frogs get this common name. Frogs breathe through their skin, so more surface area means more opportunity to take in oxygen from the water. This is not unlike the lasagna lizards with their lasagna-like skin flaps. After hatching, the tadpoles are reported to be muscular and even have teeth, so there's thought they're carnivorous. It's likely they eat insect and fish larvae. It's unknown how long these frogs live in the wild. For more facts on Wolverine frogs, check out the links below. Give a thumbs up if you learned something new today.
I learned something new today. I have to admit, I never thought that I would learn about Wolverine frogs, but that's cool. It's interesting. Oh boy. How long have I been on? Okay, not too long. Check a couple things. Oh no, don't do this to me right now, computer. Yeah, I have 2. Who's in here right now? If it's just Froggy, then I'll forego playing Oblivion. But I was gonna check it out, see if it was worth it. I mean, I've seen a lot of animals. That sounds so weird, but I've seen a lot of animals mate. I've lived in rural America most of my life. So I've seen cows mate, and dogs mate, and cats mate, and chickens. Chickens are the wild. Ducks. Every spring, everything decides it's time to fuck. It's the wildest thing. I have it installed. Ta-da! I have it. It's installed. I think ducks and birds in general, but ducks and chickens are both. Ducks you can't unsee. Chickens are anticlimactic. Don't do too much research into ducks mating. I think I've maybe seen geese mate too, but I was very young. A friend of my uncle, I guess you could call him my uncle, in Southern California had geese. And my grandma also, I think, had the occasional goose, but she mostly had ducks. We used to use duck eggs for food. It was good. Duck eggs are tasty. They're good for cakes and stuff. They make the cakes real fluffy. Huh, I don't remember that from sea monkeys. I've had sea monkeys, but it's been a very long time. It has been like a very, very, very long time. I had some when I was in the 3rd grade, I think, maybe. Sea monkeys are a scam. They might as well be like a flea circus, right? All right, we'll try it. We'll see how this goes. He did flea circuses too? That makes so much sense then. That just, yep, that makes sense. Oh yeah, and the x-ray glasses, which do nothing. I mean, getting attached to sea monkeys is a stretch. They definitely don't live very long. I don't remember having them more than a couple months. I suppose if you put them in a larger, like, aquarium or something, you could make it last longer, but I'm trying to think. Weird pets I had. I had a goldfish named Arnold once. That was, yeah. Can't think of any other weird pets, really. I mean, goldfish isn't weird, but it's not a cat or a dog or any other kind of... You had a pet broccoli? Really? Is he like the guy that did the 20-in-1 soap? Was that the guy? Is it the same guy? Because that sounds like the soap guy. Inventor of 101 soap, shaving cream, toothpaste. I can't remember what it was called. No. Was it Dr. Bronner's No. I'd recognize this guy because he looks like a mad scientist. Maybe it was actually Pure Castle soap, maybe? The 18-in-1 hemp peppermint Pure Cat Dr. Bronner. Dr. Bronner Castile soap. Yeah, okay, it is a different person. I thought maybe he changed his name because Bronhut and Bronner are not that far apart. But apparently the Dr. Bronner guy was fucking insane too. Apparently he was nuts. He was like a really weird guy. Somebody was talking about it in a thread one day, how they had like watched a documentary on the guy and he was insane. He just was not a normal dude. He was like if Doc Brown was a real person and instead of time machines made soap. It's like, okay, well, that's fucking weird, but all right. I'll be back, guys. I'm going to go use the restroom and then we're going to try Oblivion out for a little bit. We'll see. Maybe make a character or something. Just see what it's like. Until then, yeah, I'll be back. Sashimi. Sashimi. Tokyo Honda Kawasaki. Omae wa Moshindaru. Nani? Jesus Christ. Just watched a guy get arrested for mowing the lawn. Why are you being weird then? There we go. No shit. Watched a guy get arrested for mowing the lawn. I'll explain that in a second. Like, how awful do you have to be? So this little 80-year-old lady, her yard was unkept. Well, she was required by where she lived to do maintenance on her yard. If she didn't, she would face a $300 fine, which she couldn't afford. So a guy offered to take care of her lawn for her. He took care all along the road. He did everything he's supposed to do. Got arrested and placed in a police vehicle. It turns out they went ahead and fined her, even though the time wasn't up yet, because they knew that she wouldn't be able to do it, which meant that it defaulted to the municipality to get it taken care of, which meant that he was disrupting municipal business by fixing her yard. So basically, they created a situation where no matter what, they were going to be able to extort $300 from this 80-year-old woman. And then when a person actually made it so that they couldn't extort her, it was found out that they had already extorted her for that money. She already owed that. And that the municipality now owned that land. And that his disrupting municipal business constituted a crime. They ended up letting him go. They were like, if you do it again, you're going to jail. It's like, bro, I used a weed eater. What the fuck? Man. The world is weird. Government overreach, man. Government overreach. Now, Aptra said that this game ran like shit. He ran it on a 2060. He said interiors were fine, but exteriors were awful and not optimized at all. He only played it for 2.1 hours, but because he went to CD keys, he was not able. I will in a minute. Well, let's see if I can stop this. Yeah, confirm. Because he got it from CD keys, he wasn't able to get a refund for the game, which sucks for him because he was going to buy a game called Doll's Nest. But now he can't get Doll's Nest because he spent $40 on a game that didn't run well on his system. So those of you that saw my message in general today, I gifted him his game. It came out today. It was $20. I bought it for him. I gifted it to him. To make up for the fact that he got screwed into paying $40 he can't refund, right? Oh, well, and there, speak of the devil, there he is. Why Sad Sally? What are you talking about? Froggy has lost her mind. What the fuck is Froggy talking about? Why Sally face? What are you talking about? Okay, all right. I've got to turn off all of these for Discord because they are so annoying. Oh, I have to hide this too in case there's some personal information. Game overlay. Disable overlay. It gets in the way more often than not, especially when running applications like game engines, Godot, where I or art software, a sprite, where I don't want to have to wait to gain access to the upper right portion of the UI, such as the file menu. There. You're welcome. I've explained it. What? Did you not go to, hang on. Oh, this game is eating everything. Hang on. There we go. You need to go to rules and react to rules to become verified. Once you react to the rules, you'll become verified and you'll be able to post. It's possible Me6 is broken, in which case I can just manually add you, but I'll have to get that fixed because I do not want to manually add everybody to the verified. That would be crazy. You can't post in general? Well, I mean, you only react to one thing. What else are you reacting to? She's broken it somehow. All right, hang on. That's going to get obnoxious because it means I'll have to manually do roles, which I really don't want to have to do, but okay. Here, server settings, roles. All right, who's in verified here? Manage members. What is your name on... Hang on. It's just Froggy something, right? You are not. I don't know how you messed that up, but that should work. You are not a verified member, that's for sure. Which is crazy because now I've got to go get your specific name and dump it in. And I'm in streamer enabled mode, which makes this a huge pain in the ass. Did you delete your account and then add your account? Because you're also not in my recent messages, even though you have messaged me. You've done something. Did you delete an account and make a new account? Yeah, you're also not in my recent messages. You've done something with your account. Because you definitely have sent me messages before. You're not here. I'll turn the streamer mode off really quick. Disable streamer mode. Close. That. I'm gonna have to... This is an annoying way to start Oblivion, by the way. We might have to wait on Sad Sally. Because I have to restart Discord in order to disable streamer mode, in order to verify that I have a message from you, which I'm pretty sure that you don't have, in order to add you to verified because I need your full Discord name. Because the React, for whatever reason, didn't work. Instead of playing Oblivion, which is... Like, I might as well just close Oblivion. This is very frustrating. What the fuck? And it's still, for whatever reason, streamer mode won't go away. Disable streamer mode, please. Don't automatically enable disable. Close. There, okay. It took it a minute, but it did it. All right, here we go. Yeah, so I've got Stemke, Actress, Mornier, Crimson. I've got Alfred, Lumi, a guy for a game, Dat Horse, Nats, Gonky, Shadow, Slooty, Extra, 8-Bit. Even the Teddy Undertale thing, of which I'm a member, is recently listed. It is. Oh, well, there he is now because I just. Huh. That is fucking weird. Yeah, I wasn't. Okay, so I can't show you. I saw the spider pic that you DM'd me. It disappeared. And then it came back just now when I went out of streamer mode. I don't know what that's about. That or I'm fucking blind, which is very possible. But that was really weird. I watched it like pop up, if that makes sense. Like it like boop out of nowhere. And it was as soon as you sent me the "can you see this?" it popped back up. Your name was gone. That is so weird. Hang on. Hang on. Okay. I'll get you. Can I copy this name directly, please? That'd be cool. Yeah, there we go. Copy. All right. We're good. We got this. I got to go to my server. I got to go to server settings. No, I don't want a server boost. I feel like none of this is your fault. I feel like all of this is Discord adding things that no one likes. I'm going to be honest. I feel like that's what it is. It's Discord being just doing all sorts of obnoxious shit that it doesn't need to do. Manage members. Add member. Oh, there you are. Beautiful. Add. All right, you are verified. You should be. It might take a minute. Another weird thing was that the streamer enable disable thing didn't go through either. So I don't know what the hell is going on with Discord. They've done a bunch of updates lately, and I think it's breaking things. I've run into the Discord 100 server limit, so I removed some. What do you mean? Because I have 14 verified, 22 offline, and a couple bots, so I'm not at 100 yet. Is there a limit to server size unless you pay for Nitro? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, there you go. I see your message. All right. I didn't even know that. They are going to start monetizing the shit out of everything. Fuck. I don't like that. You want to know another weird thing? I just got a message that I had already gotten from Aptris again, just now. It just popped up. What is going on with Discord lately? I know they've been making a bunch of updates, but I know it doesn't. Other than the 100 limit is the only thing. I mean, I guess there are people I would remove. Who would I remove? Probably like Gaming for You TV. I'd get rid of that person. I'd have to make Gonky stick with only one account. Jebediah would have to go. Llama is Crimson's husband, but he'd probably have to go because he's not. Me's due to games might have to go. Orion might have to go. Fentara, which is Alfred's old account, I think it would have to go. Sheriff AI will have to go. Soups I'm keeping because he's my homie. Get rid of Toasty maybe. There's also 2 extra accounts. Like 2 extras. Literally, there's EXTRA and then there's XTRA. Alfred changes his account all the time. So if you see anything that says STID, so STID, that's Alfred. If you see a thing that says Alfred, ALFRED, that's Alfred. If you see what's it called? Hang on. It's like Leavat. Oh, he's listed as Alfred right now, but in direct messages, he is also listed as Levite. Now, one of these might be a nickname, but just so you know. So if you see, hang on, it's so annoying. So he is Krusty _ oh, I need to do an underscore correctly. Beverage, Alfred, Stid, Leah, Levite. There's another one. Hang on. There's another one he has too. That is not all of them. Hang on. I've got to go back to my server and find another one of his old ones. Because there's one he never got rid of that is still fucking in here. Fantara. Literally every single one of those names I just posted, they're all Alfred. That's just Alfred. Which is so funny to me because I will, like, a new person will jump into chat and I no longer assume that the new person is a new person. I just assume it's Alfred. And so every new person gets the Alfred treatment. It's every now and then I'm wrong. But 90% of the time, it's Alfred. Alfred's just being a jackass. He's changed his name again. I don't know why he does that. I mean, to be fair, when I was younger, I kind of did the same thing. I changed my name a lot. I've had a lot of, like, handles. But at this point, like, Teddy's is ubiquitous with who I am, so I can't. It would be weird to try and change it now. Adjust the slider until the logo is barely visible. It looks pretty good. I could make it darker, but I think that's perfect. That's the first time a game has ever gotten that perfect. Subtitle visibility on, yes. Master volume max, that's fine. Audio stereo, ooh, can we go like good? Yeah. Maybe headphones. But I think I'm gonna go with Studio 5.1. Heckin' large, baby, because I'm blind. Yeah, at some point you pick a handle and you stick with it. The longest handle I had was Mobius. I didn't at you. You're fine. Mobius, though, was a name I had for a long time. I have different handles based on what it is. So, like, professionally, I'm not AssassinTeddies. My name is Adam. I'm Adam. All right? It's weird how it went from one Fire audio track to another Fire audio track. It tried to crossfade and it canceled itself out. I wonder if the audio files had their phases inverted, so when the new one came in, it killed the old one. There was like a weird volume dip. Not a big deal. Yeah, I was just pointing out that if you ever see anybody new in chat, that's not a new person. That's Alfred. It's Alfred. Every new person is Alfred. And whenever you picture Alfred, picture the butler from the Batman comics. That's what I do. How long is this? I should carefully read all this? Yeah, okay. Should carefully read the entire following end-user license agreement before buying, downloading, and... How was I supposed to read this before buying the game? I've bought the game. The game is bought. I've spent money on it. How am I supposed to read it before buying it, downloading it, and installing it, or using it? I've just now encountered your end-user license agreement after having bought it, downloaded it, installed it, and started using it. I paid $60 for it. And the reason why I ended up paying $60 for it was not because keys are bad, but I was like, what if I don't like it? And I was like, okay, so I could get gypped on the key. I won't be able to refund it if I go with the key. And the amount of money I was going to save was $5. And I'm like, is it? $5 is worth a little peace of mind. So I went ahead and I paid the full $60 for it, right? And then I get a message, or I message after us. I'm like, hey man, what was your experience? He was like, bro, once you get out of the basic dungeon, huge dive in performance. It's awful. He's like, it's not it's not worth it. And I'm like, fuck, that sucks. That sucks because he can't refund it, which is why I bought Doll's Nest for him. Because he can't refund his $40. He's out $40. So the other game he was going to get, he can't get. So I bought that for him as a gift, which, you know, I got the fancy one too with like the soundtrack and shit because I felt bad because I am in hawed about this fucking game on stream all day. By downloading it, I confirm that I have read this. That's insane. Very small amount of people might experience seizures or blackouts when exposed to certain visual images. Okay. Photosensitive epileptic seizures. Okay, so ZeniMax basically has this thing that affects collective disputes. So if they like do something to hurt a large crowd of people, right, and you live in the US, you're shit out of luck. You can't have a collective dispute. However, if you live in the EEA, United Kingdom, Switzerland, Australia, New Zealand, Turkey, Japan, or Brazil, you can do something about it. I may opt out of this opt out of the binding individual arbitration and class action waiver as provided by ZeniMax terms of service. Yeah, so I'm not allowed to use this game anyway unintended. They can use my personal information. I should save a copy of this, apparently. I have a very limited license of this game. Fair enough. Virtual currency, that worries me. They will deploy and provide patches, updates, improvements, upgrades, and modifications that must be installed by you in the manner described by ZeniMax in its discretion before you may continue to play the game. Do I have to log in to play this? I bet there's a way to circumvent that. Yeah, some are offered by ZeniMax and may only be downloaded online. In such cases, the internet connection is required. Fuck. Any use of this game in violation of the license of limitations will be regarded as an infringement of ZeniMax's copyrights in and to the game and will be a breach of this agreement. I'm not going through all this. This just goes forever. It just caught me off guard that literally the first sentence is nonsense. All right. Yeah. I haven't played this since like 2006.
I was born 87 years ago. For 65 years, I've ruled as Tamriel's emperor. But for all these years, I've never been the ruler of my own dreams. I have seen the gates of oblivion, beyond which no waking eye may see. Behold, in darkness, a doom sweeps the land.
Shrek. He does kind of, yeah. Not Farquaad, but...
This is the 27th of last seed, the year of Akatosh 433. These are the closing days of the third era and the final hours of my life.
I have no idea how to min-max a build for this game at all. So I'm just gonna go with what feels right. Yeah, Fiona's dad. Yeah, he does, yeah. If I do what feels right and it sucks, bummer. Can you respec, I wonder? Because you could kind of cheat and respec in Skyrim, but I don't think there was an official way to respec, right? I'm pretty sure there wasn't. Or you only got so many respec points or something. It's been a minute since I played Skyrim too. Well, the environments look good, but this is like a cutscene. Here, I'll move the mouse out of the way. You can tell because there's some video compression. Not too bad, but some. Those born under the sign of the tower, something. Yo, the characters actually look good. So let's see. We've got Imperial, natives to the civilized cosmopolitan province of Cyrodiil. They have proved to be shrewd diplomats and traders. They are skilled in heavy armor and in social skills and tend to favor the warrior class. All right, and then we got Wood Elf, the clan folk of the western Valenwood forests, also known as the Bosmer. Wood Elves are nimble and quick, make good scouts and thieves, and are no finer archers in all of Tamriel. Their ability to command simple creatures is well known. High Elf magic users, also known as Altmer, in their homeland of Somerset Isle. The High Elves are exceptionally gifted in arcane arts. They also boast a resistance to illness. However, they are somewhat vulnerable to fire, frost, and shock. So, I usually do play Wood Elves or High Elves, usually. Because Wood Elves are good for archery, and archery is fun, but I've played a lot of archery builds in Skyrim. Now, that said, I'm still tempted to go with an archery build because I'm curious what archery would feel like in this game. But I will say that High Elves are fun if you really go all in on the fucking magic and you just burn shit down. That's quite a lot of fun too. Red Guards are fun. If I remember, they dual wield, right? The most naturally talented warriors in Tamriel. In addition to their cultural affinities for many weapon and armor styles, they also have a hardy constitution and a natural resistance to disease and poison. So in Skyrim, they could dual wield, which was cool. Dual wielding with like axes was a lot of fun. I don't think they have Nords in this one, right? So we got orcs. If I remember right, they're really like a really strong constitution. So the people of Rothgarian and Dragontail Mountains, orcish armorers, are prized for their craftsmanship. Orc troops and heavy armor are among the finest in the Empire and are fearsome when using their berserker rage. Dark Elf. These are like fire elves. I like Dark Elves because of Dritz Do'Urden. Dritz Do'Urden is those books are amazing. If you've never read the R.A. Salvatore books, the Dritz books, read them. They're good. I might read them again, actually. It's been a minute since I read them, but they're great. Also known as the Dunmer, in their homeland of Morrowind, the Dark Elves are noted to be skilled and balanced integration of sword, the bow, and destruction magic. They are resistant to fire and can summon an ancestral ghost for aid. Way cooler than the fucking Dunmer in Skyrim, by far. Bretons, if I remember right, they're really, really good at, or they were really, really good at negotiating prices for things. Or was it Imperials that could do that? I don't remember. In addition to quick and perceptive grasp of spellcraft, even the humblest of Bretons can boast a resistance to magical energies. They are particularly skilled at summoning and healing magic. I do like the idea of summoning, but I don't know how many things I can summon. Nord, sure enough, citizen of Skyrim. They are tall and fair-haired people, strong and hardy. Nords are famous for their resistance to cold. They are highly talented warriors. How many remember when Skyrim first came out that environmental cold was a thing? I have a very clear memory when Skyrim first came out, like 2011, 2012. If you went way high up in the mountains, you would start taking cold damage. I remember that. And I remember I played as a Nord and I had cold resistance, but if I played another character, I would start taking cold damage. It would start applying slow and applying cold damage to me. I swear I remember that. And I went back and played years later and I'm like, that's not a thing. This is not a thing in the game. Why do I remember this being a thing? And I just never thought to ask anybody if, wait, maybe I'm not the only one that remembers that. Argonians look sick in this, dude. Wow. They actually look sick. Can I become the Argonian maid of fable? Let's see. Reptilian race, well suited for treacherous swamps of the homeland, has developed natural immunities to poisons. They can breathe underwater and are good at picking locks. There's more information too. I'll go back and reread the rest of these. Hailing from the province of Elsewhere, the coolest name for a place in all of the Elder Scrolls. Elsewhere is a sick place to come from. They are intelligent, quick, and agile. They make excellent thieves due to their natural agility and unmatched acrobatic skill. All Khajiit can see in the dark. I wonder if darkness actually matters, right? And then you can switch your origin. Also, it's a shame you can't play. So what a lot of people don't know is there are little Khajiit that are basically domestic cats, but they have the intelligence of people. Okay, hang on. I'm going to turn the air on really quick. I want to talk about this because there's two things I always wanted in an Elder Scrolls game. One, I once considered making a mod for Skyrim, and some people have kind of done it, but not exactly. So, dwarves. Dwarves in Skyrim are fabled. There's evidence of their technology everywhere, but they're not a race you could play as. And I always wanted a mod where you could play as a dwarf, but more than that. Not only would they have like their own skill tree, their own benefits and things like that, but also you would get a different storyline if you were a dwarf. The storyline would play out slightly different if you were a dwarf. As a dragonborn dwarf, you would have the storyline of the dragonborn, but you would also have a storyline that was the uncovering of the mysteries of your ancestry and the potential discovery that some of your people still exist in some form or another. And so there's like this entire secondary quest where you try to release your people from an eternal sleep or whatever. And I'm like, man, why has no one ever done that? That would be such a sick story to play as a dwarf within the Skyrim world and have a whole secondary quest that's just based on your origin because you're a new... But anyway, another thing I always wanted, which is stupid, no one wants to play this, but Khajiit can be little. You can be a little Khajiit, and little Khajiit are like domestic cats, and I always thought it would be funny to be a domestic cat Khajiit. In like Skyrim or Tamriel or Morrowind or Oblivion or whatever, because I just keep picturing, God, I can't remember the name of the game. I always forget it, where you go back to your family home and there's like a little girl who pictured herself as a cat and was running along the trees and stuff, like on all fours. Just the ability to play as a cat in first person, pickpocketing people and sneaking into houses would be amazing. Yeah, Dwemer. That's right. Dwemer. That's right. So the harsh region where you lived and trained hardened your body and taught you how to defend yourself with your bare fists or any weapon you could find. Your parents lived in the Palatine, and your childhood memories are filled with playing and running around in the jungles or on the pristine beaches. Right? And then we can be a Thormarsh. Your born region is called the Jewel of the East, but behind the nickname lies a darker reality. You dabbled in magic just to survive, and your quick wits allowed you to live until this day. Arnisha, you hail from Arnisha, where the slavers of Morrowind are still active. The hide and seek every time there was a raid made you extremely quick and nimble. So we have Sistress, right? As a child, you were always spending time on the docks of one of the islands, gaining some money by helping merchants carrying their goods and learning from their adventures. Being from High Rock, you were raised in the homeland of the Bretons. Going through all the great cities of the province made you quick on your feet. Kind of a boring origin, but okay. So we got our Western Nord, right? You lived in West Skyrim. A rugged environment filled with rough terrain and dangerous beasts. You are prepared to survive in even the most challenging climates. Isn't the Dragonborn guys, they're in Eastern Skyrim, if I remember right. Either due to extreme snowstorms or College of Mages or simply stubbornness, the people of Eastern Skyrim, such as you, are known for their tenacity and for resourcefulness. As far as origins go, this is pretty cool, because we know from Skyrim what Eastern Skyrim is like. Well, we know what all of Skyrim is like. Same. Mostly what I was interested in is combat systems, because a lot of these games have clunky combat systems. There was an overhaul of the combat system in the form of a mod for Skyrim that apparently was really good. That completely changed the game because the combat systems get boring really quick. Man, if you were to take like an Elden Ring, right, approach to combat, maybe not quite as extreme with all the rolling and parrying and shit, but you know what I mean, like a more nuanced combat system that required a little more skill, it would make encounters with potential enemies more interesting. And if those enemies were more dangerous, the ability to use charisma in order to influence them not to engage in battle with you would actually have a benefit, right? You run into a vampire in the middle of the fucking woods and you charm them out of making you their next victim. That would be sick. I actually think all of them were really good for their time. I think even Daggerfall looked cool. What's interesting is the Dark Elves. So I don't remember playing Oblivion. Well, I do, but only barely. I don't remember the Dunmer being skilled and balanced sword, bow, and destruction magic. I remember there being very fire heavy. Now they're resistant to fire, but the ability to summon ancestral ghost for aid. What if I made Dritsto Erden? If you guys don't know Dritsto Erden, holy shit, you're missing out. Dritsto Erden is one of the most interesting. So I will say the elves, so the wood elf, the dark elf, and the high elf are the most interesting so far. We've got two here. We've got the Vardenfell. You are a true child of Vardenfell. Amongst the volcanic wasteland, you were taught that resilience is the greatest of all Dunmer qualities. As a Dunmer on the mainland, you grew amongst all kind of traders. You learned all there was to know about negotiations and how you can make people react the way you need them to. I feel like these origins actually do benefit you a little more. So combat heavy, social heavy, right? Stronghold. Your fate was decided when you were born. As a member of a stronghold, you served your chieftain with honor and would make the orcs proud. Your charisma and resilience were honed for when you would serve. You are proud to have been raised in Orsinium, where you trained to be as versatile a warrior as possible. As such, you are better with magic than most other orcs. Does it roll? Does it roll for abilities? Dude, I played this like in 2006, I think. Maybe 2007. I never owned this game. I had a friend. He was one of the friends that sort of introduced me to Magic the Gathering and got me into Magic the Gathering late in high school. That would play this all the time, and I would play it with him. But I have never played through like the whole story. Same with Morrowind. It was that same guy. So both Morrowind and Oblivion were through that dude. Except Morrowind was also through another friend I had named Eric that also had it and a giant ass TV, and I used to play with him. But yeah. Resistant to illness. Being vulnerable to fire, frost, and shock worries me because you're a glass cannon. If you're good at magic, but at the same time you're vulnerable to it. Born at the island of Auradon, you are proud to live in the first island of the Somersets. There, you spent countless hours swimming in the pristine waters. You grew up among the great towers of Alinor that nearly touched the sky. You spent countless hours climbing and navigating the sunlit streets of the Somerset capital. That's cool. So, most of you don't know, but there is a character here that feels like the right character to pick because of something in their description that actually mirrors my real life, but I'm not going to say what it is because it would give away too much about me. But it's interesting. And if Krusty were in here, he would know exactly what I'm talking about because I think he's the only one that knows. He is the only one that knows this one particular thing about me. I mentioned it because of a video he shared once. And it is wild. But I'm afraid that if I pick it, I would maybe be giving something away. Also, it might not work because I'm going to shut up now. Natives of the civilized cosmopolitan, let's see, so Colovia inhabitants, such as yourself, are known for their autonomy, including toward the rest of the empire. You inherited the willfulness of your forebears, and then you are a true imperial born in the heart of the empire. The number of cities and their size led you to travel hastily, right? And then I actually really do like Redguard. They're a lot of fun. The uprising under the shadow of the mountain peaks was a happy one. Immersed in Redguard customs, you developed charm, wit, and the ability to turn a conversation around. As a child in the sands of the Alakir Desert, your education revolved around martial might. You are a prime example of why Redguards are the best warriors. Right, and then we have Born in the Heart of the Empire. Right. And then we finally got the Grantwood. You spent your childhood in Grotwood, near the region devastated by Molag Bal. The foul energies still linger there, and your resilience grew amidst the danger. And then the Reaper's March, a border region that saw you grow, is plagued by anger and resentment after centuries of war. You quickly learned how to soothe people and avoid unnecessary conflicts. I think I saw it a long time ago with my dad, Hard Day's Night. So it appears that you have two approaches. You can either go fight or social with every single one of these cases, right? So Reaper's March, soothe people. Grotwood, resilience, right? Nibene, right? Traveling hastily, Calovia, inherited willfulness of your forebears and autonomy that probably has to do with communication, right? Alakir Desert, martial might. Then the Dragon Tail Mountains, wit and the ability to turn a conversation around. Aradon, right? Swimming in the pristine water, so probably a swimming ability. Somerset Isle, grew among the great towers. You spent countless hours climbing and navigating sunlit streets. So this guy appears to have benefits to movement somehow. Like either you can swim real well or climb real well. I'm not sure. Let's see. You are better with magic. Better charisma. Increased resilience, my guess, against like fire and things like that. Better at negotiation. Already read this, guys. Let's see. Quick on your feet. Probably better at negotiating good prices. This is the Bretons, right? Yeah. The Nords, of course. Survive challenging climates. It's probably resistance to cold. Tenacity and resourcefulness. I'm not sure what that means. Running through the jungles and pristine beaches. Better defense. Quick and nimble. Extra magic. I don't know, man. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I know. That's their broad abilities. That's their broad abilities. But here's what I'm getting at. I feel like your origin gives you another benefit. I could be wrong. But I feel like the origin gives you benefits on top of this. I've already read this. But if you pay attention to these, it is telling you something deeper about the character, right? Like in this particular case, if I come from the Thorn Marsh, right? I have dabbled in magic just to survive, and my quick wits allowed me to live until this day. So additional magic for an Argonian, right? But if I come from Arnesia, right? The hide and seek every time there was a raid made you extremely quick and nimble. That sounds like stealth and speed. I don't know if it directly affects it, but that's what it sounds like it affects. I don't know if it's giving me those abilities or it's just giving me a background that I can build on top of. So what kind of character do I want? Honestly, one of the elves. The elves are probably my favorite. Redguard's a lot of fun too, though. But like, a Bosmer would be a lot of fun. Increased resilience, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. See, the command of simple creatures sounds boring, though. Better communication is cool. So these guys, it's climbing or swimming, but we are gifted at arcane arts, which is cool. I actually can't believe I'm going to say this. I might go with Dark Elf. Because it's a balance of sword, bow, and destruction magic, a resistance to fire, and the ability to summon an ancestral ghost. But I don't know how good this ancestral ghost is. Being able to summon an ancestral ghost sounds cool. And I really like Dritz to Erden. See if I can randomize appearance. Bros never look good, though. They always look goofy as hell. Jesus Christ. I can't. I cannot. Don't tell me what to do. I will say high elves are the best looking elves, for the most part. See, this is closest to Dritzt. I would go with young. What's type 1? Oh, female. Okay. That does not help me with the Dritzt vibe. Let me see what heads we got. Oh, it's these individual controls. That's one thing I don't like. I wish there were more presets, because getting in here, I can make him angry. I can make him surprised. Let's keep that centered, please. Inner ridge. Ooh, ooh. What? What do you mean? You motherfucker. Okay, that's fun. Wait, is there... first off, let's look at hair, because this hair is garbage. Dude, the hair is actually... Oh, I can, like, max out the length? Yeah. That's not so bad. That's a reasonable hair. Hang on. I gotta do something. Dritzt... Do Erden. I need an image of Dritzt. We're going to make ourselves a Dritzt Do Erden character here. Why not? So I'm going to need white hair. Very handsome for a dark elf. Is there more? Oh, there is more. That's much closer to Dritzt's hair. It's a shame that there's nothing more like his hair, though. It is straighter, but I feel like this white would be a lot closer. Let's go to eyes really quick. Up, down, large, small, inward, outward, apart, mouth, nose. Is there no color options? Oh, tone. Here we go. Eyes. Let's go. Something like that is a little bit closer. What color were Dritzt's eyes? I don't remember. I feel like they were like purple. They were purple. I fucking knew it. Close. Ooh, more purpley. Yeah. I could also go with dark purple, but I think I'm going to go with light purple. Ooh, or even like... Oh, man, your eyes are real heckin' red there, bro. Maybe not real red. It looks like you've been smoking the reefer. Ooh, heckin' big eyes. Let's go. Holy shit, they went, like, deep. They went deep with selections here. Can I get an eyeball that's just not blood red? Fucking sake. Like, my choice is to be stoned? Or... That's close. Close. That's about the closest. But why is the eye so red? Why do the eyes have to be so red, my guy? That's not necessary. We can just have... That's a lot better. Yeah, there we go. That's a lot better. Skin. Eyelids pale red. Yeah, we can pull that back a little bit. We don't need any more blush or anything like that. Give him a bunch of freckles. Nah. Makeup. Ooh. Bro is wearing lipstick, my guys. Sure enough, he is, yeah. That's a little weird. Let's clear that up. Eyeshadow color. Black. Yeah. Dark gray. Black. I don't know. None. Yeah. Shape. Hang on. Dead center's okay. I'm going to try and be a little quick here. See, most of it is fine except his eyebrows. Up, down, small, inward, tilt, brow. Outer ridge, up, down. Bring his outer ridge down a little bit. His inner ridge up. Soften his face. Lower it overall. I wish I could bring it in, though. Face. Brow, nose, chin. Actually, lower is not bad. His forehead doesn't need to come out that much, but a little bit. Let's make it like -45. Okay. Oh, I can make his face fat. Nice. I don't want him super skinny. Let's leave it in the middle. Gaunt. Sunken in. Round. Ooh, it makes his cheeks way too big. Let's just leave it. Thin, wide. More thin-faced, yeah. Then if we round him after making his face thin, yeah, it softens him up a little bit. Just a little bit. Let's go with like 30. Okay. We can make his eyes smaller, yeah, or larger. No, we're going to leave it about center. Bring his eyes in, out. No, we'll leave it the center as well. Forehead, small, large. Let's leave that where it is. Backward, forward. Forward's a little bit better, I think. I know you guys, I'm just trying to make him look like a reasonably attractive elf, if that makes sense. So we can have a concave or a convex jaw. I think I want his jaw to be a little wider. But let's see. Jaw, neck, slope. Okay, that's under his chin, right? Yeah, I think dead center is fine. Then we have thin, wide. We could widen it maybe. Yeah, that's the outside of his jaw. Unfortunately, if you do that, it's placed weird. So now he's... Oh, yeah, let's... It's a fucking Snow White, chat. It's Snow White. Unfortunately, they never get these things quite right. So drawn per sad, happy. He looks mad, not sad. But okay. Low, high. Honestly, I kind of just like the way he looks. What I want to do is I want to bring his brows in because they're too exaggerated. And I want to bring the back of his jaw out more. Mouth chin distance? What the fuck is that? Yo. Yeah, no. Over bite, under bite, tilt up and down. What does this do? Oh, his lips? Interesting. Protruding. Retracted. Nope. What's down here? Yeah, I honestly think his lips being a little bit smaller is fine. Puckered. Yeah, look at him, pouty-faced. No, I'm kidding. I'm not doing that. We'll do this. We'll bring it about halfway. -50, say. Go to his nose. His nose is just a wee bit big. Short, tall, tilt up, down, region, concave, convex, shallow, deep. Holy shit, that's my nose. That's insane. Very regal. Look at him. Look at how regal he looks. No. No. Honestly, these aren't that bad. Nostrils, small, wide. I just want his overall nose to be a little smaller. Shallow? Oh, hey. Actually, that's a good nose. That's a solid nose. Yeah, I think I'll leave it like that. That looks good. Okay. Then we got a young, skin tone, fair. That's fine. Hair is good, except I don't like the... Oh, color. White. White. We could maybe go root and make it like a black at the root, white at the end. Give it a little bit of chiaroscuro. Gradient contrast? No. Gradient amount. Yeah, it lightens it up a little bit. Let's do that. Salt and pepper. Nah. Eyebrow color. Pale? No, we'll go back to default. That's fine. But no, we got kind of a dritsty looking bro here. Overview. Dritzt. Oh, hang on. Got to make sure I spelled dude's name correctly. Dritz Do Erden. Probably stupid. I'm opening everything on my computer because I didn't switch correctly. It's to earn. Let's try it. All right, so he's a dark elf, skilled with both the sword and bow, resistance to fire, aided by an ancestral ghost, with improved endurance. Told you. I feel like he should be a bit more buff, and he's not quite as handsome as I would like, but we'll go with it. Oh no, I have to figure out controls. Whoa, what the fuck?
Kinsman, I haven't seen another Dunmer in here, and I don't know how long. Where you from, huh? Vardenfell? You got a wife back home? Tell you what, I'm getting out of here in a couple of weeks. When I get back to Morrowind, I'll look her up. She must be so lonely. Don't you worry, eh? I'll take care of her long after you're dead. Oh, that's right. You're going to die in here. Hey, you hear that?
I'm gonna kill this guy.
Coming for you.
Boris, lock that door behind us.
Yes, sir. My sons, they're dead, aren't they?
We don't know that side.
Should I take the tan jug and the tan cup? Wait, can I hold it?
They're dead. I know it.
What's this prisoner doing here? This cell is supposed to be off limits.
Usual mix-up with the watch.
Never mind. Get that gate open. Stand back, prisoner. We won't hesitate to kill you if you get in our way.
You, prisoner, stand aside.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Stay out of the way and you won't get hurt.
Should I try to run for it?
No sign of pursuit, sir. Stay put, prisoner.
Good. Let's go. We're not out of this yet.
What the fuck?
I've seen you. Let me see your face. You are the one from my dreams. Then the stars were right. And this is the day. Gods give me strength.
Enter to select, okay.
Assassins attacked my sons, and I am next. My blades are leading me out of the city along a secret escape route. By chance, the entrance to that escape route leads through your cell. Perhaps the gods have placed you here so that we may meet. As for what you have done, it does not matter. That is not what you will be remembered for.
Wait, so I just get a free pass on all those, like, grapes and murders? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, but, like, maybe we should consider what this guy's in jail for. Just saying.
I am your emperor, Uriel Septim. By the grace of the gods, I serve Tamriel as her ruler. You are a citizen of Tamriel, and you too shall serve her in your own way.
I committed a pogrom. Nah, man, I dreamed about you. You're good to go. Yeah, all those murders, no big deal. Woohoo. I kind of want to go with the flow and follow these guys.
You will find your own path. Take care. There will be blood and death before the end.
Please, sire, we must keep moving.
Who puts a secret?
Better not close this one. There's no way to open it from the other side.
This doesn't concern you, prisoner.
Looks like this is your lucky day. Just stay out of our way.
So should I follow them? Or try this? No, I need a key. I don't have a key. I could pickpocket somebody for a key. No, it only lets me talk. Wait, if...
Quiet and stay out of the way.
Go on, dude. You're going slow as fuck, my guy. They're so slow. I'm just gonna stay in stealth mode.
Left. Protect the Emperor.
Protect yourself.
With what, my guy?
This is only the beginning. Worse is yet to come.
Okay. Katana, a short sword. Oh, yeah. Take all, baby. Then tab, I guess. I don't know. Inventory. Here we go. Left control to drop sack, shift left to drop. How do I equip? Yeah, I got a katana. Let's fucking go. I still have wrist irons on. So wait, can I not? I can't get there close. Oh, they're like evil magicians.
Are you all right?
Weak potion of sorcery? Nice.
She's dead. Sorry, sire, but we have to keep moving. Keep quiet and...
Could I have saved Renault?
How could they be waiting for us here?
No, but it's too late to go back now.
I like the idea of being a dark elf with a fucking katana,
They
bro.
won't be the first to underestimate the blades.
There's trouble
I'll
ahead.
take point. Let's move.
You stay here, prisoner. Don't try to follow us.
Bitch, where am I supposed to fucking go? What do you mean? Don't fucking just stay here. Ready your fists. Oh, what the? Hey, fuck off, dude. You little shit. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, rat meat. I didn't even see them, chat. I'm gonna be real. You're fucking kidding. Oh, there's a hole. Let's go. Come here, you son of a bitch. Ha 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 ha, you suck. It reminds me of, Alright, I need to go to my inventory. Ooh, there's a fucking chest? Oh, great, there's a tutorial. Alright, so, if you have a lockpick, you can try to pick most locks. You move the lockpick from slot to slot, press AD, press W to move your mouse up to move the pick upward into the tumbler. When the tumbler reaches the top of the lock, you will hear a metallic sound. Press space to secure it in place. When all tumblers are secured, the lock will open. Okay. Oh! So I press space to... Where am I supposed to set it? It says very easy, but I haven't picked like this when it's at the very top. Ah. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. That's very simple. That made life way easier. Okay. Oh, does it show what these are capable of? So I've got a weak potion of healing, a weak potion of sorcery. I got some lockpicks, a sapphire, 2 torches. I probably don't need 2 torches. So I can shift left to drop 1. I don't need both of those. I'll keep the arrows. I probably don't need these hoods and things. Do they have any value? These have no value. They're valueless. So there's no point in having anything but... Okay, and then... There we go. So I can straight up... Yo, I look sick. Look at me. Wee. Totally fucking useless, though. It has some weight, but it has no value. Right? Whereas if I put... Oh, yes! Yes, nailed it. Let's actually fucking get dressed, I guess. I don't want the wrist irons on anymore. I guess I'll put sackcloth pants on. They didn't give me pants, chat. Why wouldn't they give me pants? I got iron arrows, but no bow. Okay. There's a bucket. Ooh, a small crate. Oh, there's a club. Okay. I have to press enter to take, which I'm not. What does search do? Oh. Oh. Oh, what? Okay. I don't like that enter is what I need to take an individual thing because I've got a split keyboard and it's kind of far away. So we got 2 scrolls, another club, some more lockpicks, some sorcery potions and shit. It's a goblin shaman. Nice. Oh, well, okay. These actually have value, but they're heavy. I probably... These have a value of 1 and 1. Why do the mythic Dawn hoods have no value, but the sackcloth shirt does? I also probably don't need... Wait, do torches burn out? Hang on. If torches burn out, actually, it might make sense to... There's a fucking bow. I missed the bow. How the fuck did I miss the bow? Where'd that extra torch go I threw down? I swear I threw a torch down. Oh, well, fuck it. Let's go. Oh, we can run. I open the door with an iron key. All right, hang on. All right, weapons. We got clubs and stuff, but if I were to take the rusty iron bow, right, is it left click? How do I use the bow and arrow? Oh, bro is going to run up on me. I'm not going to get a chance to use it. So let's just use the katana. Oh, I whiffed. Shit. All right, let's click what we want. Yeah, I'll take all of the arrows, all of the lockpicks. I mean, I'll grab this stuff, but I'm going to max out really soon. All right, I need to look and see how much weight can I carry. 153 of 200, so I'm okay. I don't have to start breaking it down sexual style until later. Okay, so I can set hotkeys for stuff. Let's quick save, actually. That's a good idea, quick save. I'm pressing tab, and it's bringing that up instead of my inventory. Oh, there it is, inventory. All right, so I probably want this. R to show shortcuts. Yes, 1. Oh. Yeah. Okay, then go to the rusty iron bow. Set it to 2. Why did those switch? That's not correct. There we go. Rusty iron. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay, I'm an idiot. These are cool, but yeah, select a slot and then use them. I'm not going to bind them all. Now, here's the thing. Dude, the arrows need to be in a slot. So if I go to this, right? That's defend. How do I fire? How do I assign arrows to it? So, but then how does the shortcut help me? Right? You see what I'm saying? Or do I equip arrows instead of... No, go here. Arrow, go here. That. Okay, so now if I go to... Ah! It won't let me switch to the... I'm a little annoyed. Because if you set it to arrows, it won't work. So I have to set the rusty bow. But then the arrows are not equipped. Which means I have to go into the menu and select the arrows to equip them. Ah, how do you set the arrow to it? But it didn't, though. It did not. It did not do what you said. See, look. I have no arrows equipped. The rusty bow is equipped, but there are no arrows equipped to it. Right-click does defend, though. So every time I use the bow... Every time I use... So if I go 1 and then 2... Okay, it works now. What the fuck? It did not work before. I swear to God it did not work before. It would go back to a bow that was empty. That's where I came from, right? Yeah, okay. So we're going this way. Oh, shit. It takes a second. Yeah, I got my arrow back. Nice. All right. All right, we're getting it. We're getting it. It's a little slow going. It feels a little clunky still, but it's not too bad. It looks quite pretty. There's something over here. "2x damage if I'm in stealth?" Any more? Not very visible anyway. Okay. Let's check out this chest. I'm gonna end up with a ton of shit before I ever even get out of the damn dun. Oh, he's awake. Not anymore. Come at me, bro. All right, we're figuring it out. Oh, I wasn't hidden. Damn. Oh, what? That's cool. Where's this guy? There's another dude. I hear him, but I don't see him. Oh, there he is. Oh, he's stuck. Oh, you got stuck, my guy. I'm sorry. That's kind of a bummer that that happened to you. You just sort of got fucked by the terrain. What are you talking about? Right now, what I'm trying to do is learn the mechanics of the game. It's literally that simple. Okay, see, now I'm like overburdened, right? Yeah, I am over encumbered by the bread because of the skulls. You cannot carry more items. Shift left. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay. So our bones have no use. So obviously we're going to drop. Got a cheese wedge. Oh, I thought it was fucked up bread. Mort flesh has... Okay, it has effects, apparently. That's interesting. I probably don't need a bunch of, like, the rusty iron cuirass and stuff. I feel like that's just too fucking heavy. It weighs 30, for Christ's sake. I'm not going for a heavy build. I don't think. It's worth 40, though. Until I get to the open world, probably. I have a rusty iron shield. Yeah, drop these. Yeah, all 3 of them, please. I don't need my... I don't want to wear the wrist irons. The steel short sword is actually a good sword, as well as the... whatever. I'm probably not going to use the axe. It's worth 12. Can I sort by... See, but this is overall price, not price per weight. Or, yeah, sorted by weight. 60, so that's just 2. Yeah, I'm still over. So I think what we'll do... These aren't worth a whole lot, but they weigh 8. So I'll drop 1. I'm going to get rid of Rusty, except maybe the shield. I might hang on to that. Rusty. I'll keep the Iron Warhammer. Yeah. All right. I'll take the... Well, I got another fucking Rusty War Axe. I thought I saw a dude. Being able to run actually does feel weird in this game. I'm going to be honest. Did I get rid of the rusty dagger? I think I did. I shouldn't have. I don't see him. Yeah, skeleton. What was that? Oh, I thought it said something else. Is there another one? How do I unequip this weapon without firing? Oh, that works. Okay, so you can harvest. That's cool. Got some more skulls. Nice. Ooh, stinkhorn, whatever that is. Nice. We got some bones. I think those are meant to... Difficulty feels fine. Considering I don't really know how to play the game. I've had no issues. Maybe a little too easy on Adept, actually. Considering I don't know what the fuck I'm doing and I'm still doing okay. I guess I'll take the folded cloth. I don't fucking know what that would be used for, but okay. Oh, look at this motherfucker. Oh, shit, I whiffed. I whiffed a shot. You are an ugly looking dude. Yeah, I'll take the lockpicks. Why not? Oh, another stinkhorn. Hopefully I can, like, cook or do something interesting with that. Novice mortar and pestle. Take it. Stinkhorn cap. Poison of illness. A battered stool. I can sit down. Nice. We got food. Let's go. Roasted rat. Open. Is it cooked? Wait, that's a good point. What's my health? It's fine. Okay. Oh, never mind. Oh, shit. Get hung on the train, nerd. Bear pelt. Yeah, let's go. I thought I saw another dude up here. I swear I did. Did he trigger? Yeah, he triggered a trap, I think. I don't know why. I thought they'd hide something there, but I guess not. Dude, I feel like there's something here. I don't know how to... You cannot change weapons while attacking. But if I tab, let go, tab, he doesn't fire the arrow. Okay. Oh, I suck. Okay. I'm doing it too early. Alright, there's also like a little rat dude over here. He was fucked up. You okay, my guy? You don't look so okay, but I'll take the rat meat. Rat meat sounds good. Nom 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 nom. Oh, apples? Not as good. That sounds healthy. Push logs to activate. Oh shit, yes I will! Fuck you guys! I didn't know those guys were down there. I'll take the lockpicks. I'll definitely take the daggers. The daggers, I need to remember that they're so light that... they're so light, they're worth quite a bit. At least that's the way it was in Skyrim. You always kept your daggers because they were cheap as shit. Or they were cheap as shit. They were light as shit. Oh, fuck. No, 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 no. You don't see me. You don't see me, bro. Oh, shit. I'm stuck. Fuck, I'm stuck. What the fuck? I got hung on this somehow. That has no... Okay, so we'll take you and you. I'm slowly healing. I guess I could eat something real quick. I don't need a potion of healing, but like eat an apple. Yeah, maybe a tomato. Yeah. Don't know what those guys do yet. Those guys, yeah. Oh, shit. Wait, he doesn't... Oh. Fuck! He see... Wait, who sees me? That guy doesn't see me. Oh, this guy sees me. Okay, I really, really suck. The scroll thing where I went third person, that was because I keep trying to change weapons using scroll wheel, which is not how that works. The arrow travel time is kind of garbage. Didn't you mention that, Apterus? I swear you mentioned that. You were like, yeah, the arrow travel time feels really slow. Whoa, someone's around me. Who? Oh, I bet they're down below. Oh, these guys. They're farming rats? What the hell? That's odd, but alright. Let's farm some rats, I guess. Oh, fuck this. This looks like a shaman. No, 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 no. Fuck off. Ooh, you almost got me, you son of a bitch. Alright, once you get used to the arrows, they're really not bad. Yeah, I'll take all the arrows and the petty soul gem. I'm gonna leave that other shit. Oh, goblin staff? Yeah, I'll take the kick-ass looking goblin staff. Hang on. Wait, let's do this. I haven't even gotten into the magic shit. Yeah, I think I'm gonna drop that. We don't need 2 rusty iron bows either. Or a rusty iron helmet. Well, no. I'll keep the iron dagger. Maybe not the rust. I don't need the rusty iron war axe. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Arrows back. Arrows back. Arrows back. Can I get out of this fairly easily? Yeah. It's not really... What? Oh, someone can kind of see me. Who? Who can kind of see me? There's no one else in here. Am I tripping? I swear it triggered on somebody, chat. Okay, so... Yeah, I'm taking all... Well, the silver base might not be worth a lot, but I have a repair hammer. In order to repair your weapons and armor, you need to go to your inventory and activate it. So, my weapons degrade over time in this? I feel like they did in Skyrim too. I just have forgotten about that. Ooh, what's in here? Yeah, ale, let's get fucked up. Let's go. Okay. There's a dude over there, which means he's around this corner. It's over here. Where is this guy? Oh, he's 15 paces away. Wait, is he in there? Well, if he's in there, I'm not worried about him yet. It's back here. Anything worthwhile back here that I missed? No? Okay. I'll go through there. Why not? It's like, yeah, it is like throwing a spear. Once you get used to it, it's not so bad. And it feels like their spells are a little few and far between as well, which gives me the impression that like you can use cover pretty well, but...
Die, you scum!
Okay, that's a bad guy.
Will you fall down and bleed to death?
Is no one gonna...
For the Blades and the Emperor! Damn it! It's that prisoner again. Kill him. He might be working with the assassin.
Yo, no, 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 no.
He is not one of them. He can help us. He
Fuckers.
must help us.
You guys are dicks. Kill this guy. Wait, they had like cool weapons. Were they like spectral weapons or something?
They cannot understand why I trust you. They've not seen what I've seen. How can I explain? Listen, you know the Nine, how they guide our fates with an invisible hand.
I'm not on good terms with the gods. That is so accurate.
I've served the Nine all my days, and I chart my course by the cycles of the heavens. The skies are marked with numberless sparks, each a fire, and every one a sign. I know these stars well, and I wonder, which sign marked your birth?
Okay, so this is a problem because I don't know anything about this either. If I had gone the magic, what is my weakness? I don't remember what my weakness is. So increased magicka, fortify agility, luck, speed. Interesting. That actually sounds like a cool ass power. I don't know what I want my character to be yet, so I don't care about fleeing in horror, although restoring 200 points of health isn't bad. Move faster. Increased magicka, but are also more susceptible to magic. Those born under the sign of the shadow can become invisible. Moon shadow grants invisibility for 60 seconds, can be used once a day. I don't know, man. What do you guys think? I don't care about poison. Paralysis sounds cool, but eh. Willpower and endurance is not too bad. More resistant to physical and magic damage. Increased shield and increased resist magic. Because I feel like Dridsto Erden, if I remember right, he used like 2 swords or 2 his vibe. But I feel like the ability to use magic, I kind of want to learn the magic system in this game. Okay, so those born under the sign of the Atronaut cannot regenerate magic, but have the ability to absorb any magic cast at them. You have a 50% chance of absorbing spells, but it stunts your magicka. So you have way more magicka, and then you absorb magic from others. So only if others are using magic can you use magic. That doesn't sound very good. Increased amount of magicka, but you're more susceptible to magical attacks. I don't want to be more susceptible to magic. I can move faster. Increases movement speed by 20 points. Right? Fortify magic. Right? Just increases magicka by 50 points. Fortify agility, luck, and speed. That actually sounds kind of cool. The Thief. Feels very much like what he's about. The Thief in the Tower. But this just lockpick and reflects 5% of all incoming damage for 120 seconds. Can be used once per day. What did you choose, Apterus? I'm curious. Which I'm sure your build was totally different. I'm just curious what you went with and what your thought process was. Because I honestly don't know. I feel like invisibility might be very nice. Invisibility for 60 seconds means I can get out of anything. But Dridsto Erden is a very quick... His whole shtick is that he's quick and hidden. He's a very fast, stealthy... He's a thief-like character. Useless. Not bad. Increased shield and magic resistance is interesting. Just become a more endurant person. Fuck it. We're going to go with this, I think. The Thief. Hang on. Birth. Sign. Dark. Elf. Oblivion. I'm curious what people have to say. 2 is the thief and 1 is the apprentice. So they had the same thought process I did. What's the apprentice? Increased amount of magic, but are more susceptible to magic. Increases by 100 points. Interesting. I'm going to go with the thief. I'm not going to go... Min-max says the apprentice, but I'm going to go with the thief. Yes.
The signs I read show the end of my path. My death, a necessary end, will come when it will come. Your stars are not mine. Today the thief shall guide your steps on the road to destiny. My dreams grant me no opinions of success. Their compass ventures not beyond the doors of death. But in your face I behold the sun's companion. The dawn of Akatosh's bright glory may banish the coming darkness. With such hope, and with the promise of your aid, my heart must be satisfied. No trophies of my triumphs precede me, but I have lived well, and my ghost shall rest easy. Men are but flesh and blood. They know their doom, but not the hour. In this, I am blessed to see the hour of my death.
I don't know that I'd want to see
my
it.
apportioned fate, then fall. I go to my grave. A tongue shriller than all the music calls me. You shall follow me yet for a while. Then we must part.
I should have quick saved before choosing the birth sign.
You may as well make yourself useful. Here, carry this torch and stick close. We're the Emperor's bodyguards. Our job is to get him out of situations like this. Although I admit, things are not going according to plan.
I vibe with this guy. He's like, man, my job is taking care of this fool, but it is not a good day.
My job is to make sure the Emperor gets out of here alive, and I intend to do it.
I vibe with that, bro.
Stick close and let us do our job, and you'll be all right.
I'm not too worried about it, dude. I have a feeling I could fuck all you guys up, but maybe I'm tripping.
Not much farther.
Force the Emperor!
Prisoner!
Oh, damn! The king was fucking some people up, my guys. Did you see that? He was like, fuck you! Alright, one thing I probably need to do is the weak potions of healing first. Where are they? Potions. What does this do? Restore fatigue on self. That might be helpful. But weak potion of healing, right? So I want to press R for shortcuts. I want this bad boy right here to be 3. So 3 weak potion of healing, right? And then, wait, was that sorcery? I might have accidentally, yeah. Then potion of healing, like straight up potion of healing, I want to be 4. And then weak potion of respite being 5. That way, if I run out of stamina, I could just...
Protect the Emperor!
Come here, you son of a bitch. God, they're fucking them up, man. They're quick. Way quicker than I expected. Where are we going, boys? This way? I feel like we're going this way. Right? Oh, I'm still wearing a hood, which is crazy, but alright. Wait, that means that I could have been shielding this whole time. I have not been shielding at all. I didn't even realize.
Hold up. I don't like this. Let me take a look. Looks clear. Come on. We're almost through to the sewers.
This is going to go so poorly. I already know. Oh, my character's getting fatigued because I'm holding the bow. Interesting. I didn't know that.
Damn it! The gate is barred from the other side. A trap!
What about that side passage back there?
Worth a try. Let's go.
This looks like a dead end, my guys. This is a dead end, my guys.
It's a dead end. What's your call, sir?
They're behind us. Wait here, sire.
Wait here with the Emperor. Guard him with your life.
Yeah, sure.
For the blades and the Emperor! I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm!
Glenroy, over here. Take it down.
Oh, no.
You'll never take me down!
I told you to stay with me. This
Ah.
one's
I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm! Take that!
I think I just hit the wrong guy, but we'll see.
You'll never take me down! This ends here!
Oblivion take you.
Die!
Thought I heard a guy over there.
Oblivion take you. Oblivion take you.
I can go no further. You alone must stand against the Prince of Destruction and his mortal servants. He must not have the Amulet of Kings. Take the amulet, give it to Joffrey. He alone knows where to find my last son. Find him and close shut the jaws of oblivion.
What an intro, dude. How do I...
You chose a bad day to take up the cause of the Septons. Die, cur!
That's not smart.
I didn't mean to hit you, my guy. You got in the way. Take the arrow.
No. Talos, save us.
I don't want to grab his arm.
I failed. The Blades are sworn to protect the Emperor. Now he and all his heirs are dead.
But no, there's one left.
The Amulet of Kings. It wasn't on the Emperor's body. Strange. He saw something in you. Trusted you. They say it's the dragon blood that flows through the veins of every septim. They see more than lesser men. The Amulet of Kings is a sacred symbol of the Empire. Most people think of the red dragon crown, but that's just jewelry. The amulet has power. Only a true heir of the blood can wear it, they say. He must have given it to you for a reason. Did he say why? Joffrey, he said that? Why? Nothing I ever heard about, but Joffrey would be the one to know. He's the Grand Master of my order. Although you may not think so to meet him, he lives quietly as a monk at Waynon Priory, near the city of Coral. First, you need to get out of here. Through that door must be the entrance.
Yeah, have a good night.
Past the locked gate.
Once I get out of here, I'm probably going to wrap up for
It's a
today.
secret way out of the Imperial City. Or it was supposed to be secret. Here, you'll need this key for the last door into the sewers. There are rats and goblins down there. But from what I've seen of you, I'm guessing you're an experienced agent. Am I right?
Choose your class. Major skills of your class will start higher than other skills and will be easier to increase. So an agent, right? Stealth, personality, agility, acrobatics, illusion, marksman, mercantile, security, sneak, and speechcraft. Yeah, that's fair. Blade, though, and marksman's pretty good. But agent is closer, I think. Let me see. Speed, agility, acrobatics, light armor, marksman, mercantile, sneak, assassin. Oh, wait, there's others? Yo! See, the thing is, I need Blade and Marksman, I think, where this guy has Acrobatics, Illusion, Marksman. Fuck it, I'll go with Agent. I'll go with Agent. You can do a custom class. Continue. I'm just going to go with the base for now.
A few rats and goblins won't give you any trouble. You must get the amulet to Joffrey. Take no chances, but proceed to Wayne Priory immediately. Got it? Good. The Emperor's trust was well placed. I'll stay here to guard the Emperor's body, and make sure no one follows you. You'd better get moving. May Talos guide you. By the way, thanks for recovering Captain Renault's sword. I'll see that it is given a place of honor in the halls of the Blades.
Shit, you're gonna take my cool sword? You motherfucker took my sword. He took my badass sword, you son of a bitch. I guess I'll take this. Yeah, okay. So the way that I feel about this is mostly trying to figure out how to play. I definitely like Stemkey's not wrong. I do have a very min-max way of playing, but I don't know enough about how to play this. It's been so long, and I never even completed the campaign last time, that I'm just trying to understand the fundamentals right now. So I'll probably play for like, yeah, exactly. I'm gonna learn how to min-max my shit and then probably create another character. I'm gonna try and not make it broken if possible, but the thing that surprised me is I actually like archery better in this than I do Skyrim. It feels like I enjoy it more than I did in Skyrim, which is a surprise. I did not expect to like that, and that was not what I wanted to do. In fact, I wanted to go more a sword and shield route. Okay, that won't open. What the hell? Wait, where the fuck am I going? So he's here. Oh, I see.
Leave the Emperor in peace.
Oh, they won't let me pickpocket. There we go. But yeah, I'll figure it out. I'm not going to stream this entire thing anyway. I just kind of wanted to get a feel for the game. So we'll probably do the sewers, and once we get out onto the surface, I'll probably wrap. I don't see myself streaming this all the time. Not unless I work out all the specifics of gameplay. I still kind of want to make a character that is just fucking impervious to magic. Oh. Whoa, what the fuck? Where did you come from? I didn't even see you, you dickhead. Oh, where did you come from? One thing is, it locks you into an animation with the arrow. Just press R. It locks you into an animation with the arrow, which is unusual. Like, when you click, you're locked into an animation, which I didn't like at first. But that sort of means you don't have to think about it. Well, you just press it, and then try to drag it onto the character, which I did poorly there. Damn, I wasted a bunch of arrows, but I got plenty. I should be fine. Okay, so I can go up here. What's this other path do? Only 1x damage? What determines 2x? Nah. Wait, how heavy is that? 3 for 20? Actually, yes, I will take that. Unfortunately, the sword and shield gameplay in this does not feel all that satisfying. If it felt a little more satisfying, I would consider... playing specifically that way. What the fuck is... Oh, it's a hip bone. I thought it was like a weird skull. The game is beautiful, though. Hang on. What's down here? Is this... No way. Okay, so that's the Gate City Isle, but what's... The gate is sealed, so I have to go this way. Okay, fair enough. Before exiting sewers, you can revise your character. Wait, go... Oh, I can't exit. I can change everything at this point? Yo, that actually is sick. That is actually sick. Oh, fuck. Let me look at my stats. You know what? I'm not going to mess with anything. What? What the fuck? No. Oh, no. It changed my character. No, you didn't. How do I back out? Oh, you son of a bitch. Dude, I didn't do this. It did this. God damn it. I built an entire character and it won't let me back out. See, even escape, it says escape for back. It won't go back. All right, fucking here we go. God damn it, dude. That pisses me off. What do you mean? Did I check the trailer? No, I did black, I think it was. And then not gradient contrast, but gradient amount. And left the eyebrow color alone. Then the cheeks and everything are fine, except the eyes. If I remember right, I went into tone, and I went down here somewhere, and I tried to find... No. No, I didn't. It was these. These were the eyes that I chose. Cleared up, yep. A little less. There we go. Actually, at 0 is fine. With no skin tint. There was something in the head that I also did. I don't remember what it was. Nose, if I remember right, with the Celian, I shallowed it, right? Was that what I did? No. Oh, there was something I did that made the nose a lot better, and I do not remember what it was. Was it the nostrils? Was it the bridge? No. Flat, pointed. Okay, that's not it. I made the, not forward, I think. I don't remember. That's pretty close. It's actually pretty close to what I had. There was something I did that fixed... Ooh, a little lower actually kind of works, but... Inner ridge. Up a little bit. I like him to be a little bit softer. Yeah. Large. Small. Fuck, I hate that I have to do this. That sucks. Didn't I make, like, the mouth a little bit, yeah, a little bit smaller? There was something I did to his nose. I, like, straightened it out. There was literally one setting that, like, straightened his nose, but I don't remember now what it was. It was lower. It wasn't nostrils. I swear it was the cilia. Fuck it, we'll leave it like that. We'll have to go with that. Okay. Overview, that's fine. We'll not call them Dritzt. well, we'll call them Dritzt, but not Dritztoer. We'll just say Dritzt. If you win this message in under, if you read this message in under 5 seconds, you win $1 million. Like, what the fuck are you on about? I might change my birth sign, though. I might try The Apprentice. Nah, we'll keep it Thief. Yeah, we'll keep it. What else is there? There's class. Class was the thing. We can do a custom class, right? Where my primary is stealth, right? Then my favored attributes. How do you... Oh, yeah, we go to attributes. What is willpower? Determines how quickly you regenerate magicka. Pretty good, but no. I'm going to say speed and... What is luck? Agility. Speed. Major skills. There we go. How quickly you run, swim, and sprint. Oh, I don't want that to be the top one, though. No. We have alchemy, alteration, mysticism, restoration. Jump higher and withstand falls. Light armor, marksman. Sneak. I kind of want to go with one that doesn't... Blade is going to be important. I need one of these. Destruction, maybe. Yeah. Yep. I feel like that. Yep. Okay. Overview. I'll call this a rogue agent. Yeah. There we go. Continue. Yeah. Exit sewers. No, I'm... Oh, yeah. I mean, you shouldn't have tried to date anybody on WoW. What are you thinking, dude? So I will say it is affecting my frame rate and stuff. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Watch it freeze, dude. Okay, so I can tell that the frame rate is lower. I don't actually know. Can I view in settings? Hang on. System. Technically, it's borderless. We probably want to put it full screen. Show FPS on. And then set it to full screen. Give it a second. Confirm. Dude. The red arrow on your compass shows the direction of what... Okay, 60. What the fuck? 40. That's insane for a 3090. 40 FPS on a 3090? It does not look that good. Like, this is playable, but combat at 40... Like, imagine combat, there's a bunch of enemies that pop up, right? I could not imagine... Oh, they need to figure out how to optimize this. That's a problem. I shouldn't need a 4090 or better to play Oblivion. It's beautiful. It looks good. But that's crazy. I would actually take... Hang on. I am on Ultra. If I go... Ooh, it like froze up. Let's go to high. I get... Okay. No. Wait, did I discard? I might have discarded. No, I'm on high. Detect now. Let's see what it does. It puts it on Ultra, and in the menu, I get 90, but as soon as I exit the menu, 30. Maybe if I turn the view distance down to like medium. No, turning view distance down does not... Uh-oh. Okay, it like froze up for a second. Yeah, but even on lower settings, watch. It doesn't help that much. When I... Okay, so what I'm saying is, if I auto-detect, it sets it to Ultra, right? But then Ultra barely gives me 30 FPS. So let's put it on high and see what... Oh, shit. I get 40 FPS on high. Dude, why are you trying to attack me, bro? Oh, are you attacking a deer? I'll take the blacksmith pants. I'll take all these actually, because I need some better clothes. Okay, so at 40 FPS, it doesn't feel too bad. Okay, let's try lowering the resolution. Lowering the resolution to 1080p helps a lot. I actually get 60 FPS at 1080p. The problem is that it's Unreal. No hate, but after he said something, he said, Unreal is just not made for open world. And dude, he is right. I have to put it on medium settings at 1080p to get consistently over 60. So, and you need over 60 in order to do combat well. Oh, you fucker. Look at that frame drop too. Fuck, the frame drop is bad. Oh my god, and he's got aimbot, you motherfucker. Dude, that felt rough. That felt rough, man. That combat felt awful. Did you see the frame drops mid-combat? I'm telling you right now, I had 100 plus FPS on ultra settings in the sewer. Yeah, 100 plus. Oh. Hey, buddy. Oh, it drops a lot. goes back. All right. Yeah, that's a bummer. Do you think they did this because of Skyblivion? I would not be surprised if they rushed the building of this because of Skyblivion. But listen, I have an RTX 3090 and I have to put it on medium on half my resolution to get consistently 60 FPS in the open world. That's insane. And then combat, right? The combat feels bad because the animations cause the frame rate to drop. Here's the thing. I'll probably hang on to this game in the hopes that they do some optimization. Yeah, I get that I'm a generation behind, but a 3090? A 3090. A 3090. 24 gigabytes of video RAM isn't enough. Yeah, dude. I would, like, when he said his 2060 Super had a hard time, I'm like, okay, but it's 3 generations ago and it wasn't the top tier. It wasn't, you know? But this feels like a game where it's like you have to go out and get like a 4080 or better to play it, which is crazy. And if a 4080 performs better on, what is it, 16 gigabytes or what? Oh, dude, what the fuck? So we're gonna system save. Where is it? I don't know how to save. I actually don't know how to save because escape and tab are doing like the same thing. Is it over here? Yeah, save game. We'll do a new save. I think I'm gonna wrap up this game here. I hope that they do some optimizations. Ooh, what is this? Okay. It's one of the reasons why I focused on getting a 3090 was, did you see the frame drop when entered into a fight? That guy doesn't see me. Let me see. Yeah, okay. Because I knew that it would last for 5 to 7 years without an issue. And we are running on 5 to 7 years, but damn. That's true, but I'm not the only one that had issues. It's also a little odd. I'm not trying to be that guy. But let's save again. But why are you defending them? Why are you defending the AAA Studios unoptimized game? That's weird. You just playing devil's advocate? Because if you're just playing devil's advocate, I feel it. I do that too. I am the king of devil's advocate. But it is a little odd. I feel like Skyblivion, to put it in perspective, Cyberpunk, right, runs at a higher frame rate mid-city, right, than the Oblivion remaster does. Like, I'm not kidding when I say I can run Cyberpunk all but like the pure path tracing, right, on ultra settings at 100 plus FPS with multiple enemies engaging me with shit tons of particle effects, reflections, complex shadows, and far draw distances. No issues. I experienced no frame lag at all with Cyberpunk after they repaired it, after they cleaned it up, because I only played after. Cyberpunk is an order of magnitude higher quality graphically than this Oblivion remaster is, but this Oblivion remaster performs terribly. It is not just old hardware. I can tell that quality for frame rate is not good. That bums me out, man. And I feel like it's maybe going to rely on the artificially drawn frames that come from the new 50 series cards. The optimization is now out of the window because you have to buy the cards that draw frames using AI, which is insane. AI, I am so sick of AI everything anymore, dude. AI this and AI that and AI this and AI that. I'll probably play this game in my free time some, but that really bums me out that it performs that poorly on a 3090. If you're out there and you have a card that doesn't have like 24 gigahertz of processing power, I used to generate a lot of bitches. Don't anymore, I'm old. That's what happens. It's not my being old. I mean, my being old didn't help, but that's not the only reason. Yeah, I used to generate a lot of bitches as a young man. Like out of thin air. Also, I will tell you right now that in my experience, my 3090 outperforms a 4060. Like that's so in my experience, it outperforms it. And so if you got a 4060, it's still. I'm just saying that it's a newer generation. Well, okay, that's kind of my point. Isn't to argue with you. My point is that you could still get a recent generation card, right? But if you don't get the top end of the recent generation card, you would almost certainly still have trouble with this game. That's my point. I'm not trying to grief you about cards and stuff. I would love to update my machine. I can't afford it. In fact, I'm thinking of going the downgrade route soon. I'm thinking about making the streaming setup smaller and simpler, so I can travel with it if I want to. Because I would, in a perfect world, really like to double down on building like a van that I could travel in and fucking off 5 days a week to cool places and having a nice laptop. Because I can get good used gaming laptops from people who no longer use them very cheap. I saw one the other day. It was a 4080 laptop. It had a 4080 in it. And it was, I think it was a G15, G16 for $750 or something like that. It goes new for like $1,400, so it's about half off. I don't want to do a mini ITX build. I want a laptop. Mini ITX builds are cool, but and honestly, if I thought I could save money over a used laptop, I would consider it. But I like the idea of a laptop because I like the idea of something that I could take with me. And what I mean is ATX. What I mean is if I have a streaming setup, say, in a van and I'm traveling around, I'm not going to take my monitor and my mini computer into a cafe and rig it up on a table where a laptop I would. So as cool as those small computer builds are, my old roommate had one. It was amazing. They're still not, it's not the same. I'd rather have, like in a perfect world, I'd have like a really nice framework laptop. The problem is Linux and NVIDIA drivers don't, it's not so great. But that would be my perfect case. It's like a high-end Linux laptop with a nice graphics card, right? And then I'd probably keep the same webcam. This is the best webcam ever. It's a little big and cumbersome. I couldn't just stick it on a laptop, which is a bit problematic. But I could use my phone in a lot of cases. I'd like a really simple setup where, yeah. There are a lot more drawbacks than you think, though. Man, I love Linux, but I'm very hard on the Linux community because there are things they need to work on. For instance, I would run into issues not with OBS directly, but with certain plugins and things that work within OBS that have almost exclusively been developed for Windows, right? So I can't use a Linux OBS build with plugins somehow running in one. I mean, maybe I could, but it would be a big pain in the ass. Another thing is music. Honestly, Nvidia and Wayland are working a lot better now than they used to. It's improved a lot. It improved enough that DistroTube installed Arch Linux with, I think it was Hyperland, on their Nvidia machine and got it working with no issues. The music creation is a big thing. That is the game breaker. If I could get all my music software to work on Linux, I would sacrifice Photoshop and everything else. FL Studio, again, not a problem. I need to be able to get Neural DSP to work, Native Instruments Massive to work, Addictive Drums to work, and the Arturia plugins to work, and Contact with Contact Instruments. If you gave me that, if I could get all those things to work in a Linux environment, I would be done with Windows. That's the thing is that, yeah, there are cases where there's niche stuff, like trying to get some equivalent of Stream Effects to work in OBS, right? That's sort of niche. But Neural DSP is not niche in the music community at all. In fact, it is now the default. It is legitimately direct input recording of instruments in like the guitar community is now the default, where it didn't used to be. It used to be you had an amplifier, you rigged up a mic, you recorded in that way. But then people figured out that you can pitch shift, time shift, that you can apply effects, post-processing. So recording DI is now preferable, which is the reason why you have like a Gojira plugin, right? A Tim Henson plugin, a Tosin Abasi plugin, that you have like the Randall Satan plugin, which I think was like Ola England's thing. It is not niche within the music community, though. Like, it is not niche within the music community, and the music community is a lot larger than you're thinking it is. I would not call that niche, not in the same way as like getting Stream Effects to work in OBS. At least if it is niche, it is a considerably larger niche. Like, that is a huge niche, like a niche of millions of people. Literally millions, because there's 8 billion people on the planet. I mean that literally. It is gigantic. Just because you're not familiar with it. Like, the hacking community is way smaller, right? Even like the AuthorTube community, the people that write, way smaller. The number of people that use computers to play guitar is fucking huge. It's millions of people. It's one of the biggest online communities I can think of. Outside of the gaming community. The gaming community is still yet bigger. I don't know that I would consider it niche. It's too big to be niche, honestly. And you know what's interesting is in 2012 I would have said it was niche, but it's definitely not anymore. It is so big now. What the stuff that I was doing on a computer back in 2012, I couldn't find information on it. It was all new ground. I was figuring that shit out on my own, and now it's just, yeah, I mean, the problem is that if we're going to describe playing guitar and music creation as niche, then fucking just about everything is niche. Like, where's the cutoff point? I guess gaming is niche now. Do you see what I'm saying? Because there's a lot more people, and you think that custom keyboards way more niche. Way, way, way more niche than music. Way more niche. Like 1/10 of the community, easily. Way, way, way more niche than music. But by far. That's not even comparable. I'm sorry. I know that building keyboards is popular. It is not as popular as playing guitar. Yeah. So direct input recording is now the default among musicians, right? And direct input recording, right? So in the case of Neural DSP itself might be a little bit niche, but using reamplification is absolutely huge. It is now the default. It's used by studios. It's used by bedroom producers. There are millions of reamplification users in the world. Millions. There are probably more people using some kind of reamplification software than there are people building custom keyboards. So yes, using neural DSP specifically is pretty niche. There are probably fewer people using specifically neural DSP than there are people building custom keyboards, but the number of people using computers to record guitar is way bigger. Right? Do you see what I'm saying? So the fact that there is nothing comparable in the Linux space is kind of crazy. The only thing I can figure is that most music people aren't technically inclined, which is why it doesn't. There is like nothing. Bitwig is the only forward-thinking company that has even really developed a serious DAW for the Linux platform. And that's a fucking digital audio workstation, which encompasses all music recording, right? There is like, I think there's like guitar tracks or something for Linux, but it's not even fucking remotely comparable. It's like using Guitar Rig 2 from 2008 in comparison to Neural DSP. It's not the same. And neural amp modeling itself is exploding currently because there is actually the neural amp modeler plugin, which I believe is available for Linux. Right? The problem with the neural amp modeler plugin is it allows anybody to make a neural amp model, and so results vary hugely. And the ability to tweak individual models is incredibly small. But yeah, it is the one thing that prevents me is music creation software in general for Linux is garbage. Also, like GIMP 3 is such a huge disappointment. I see so many videos about how great GIMP 3 is. I can't tell a difference, chat. 19 years, and it's not noticeable in improvement at all. So we're trying to compete against the fucking powerhouse that is Adobe, right? Maybe we're not trying to compete, but we're trying to make software that is good enough that people could transition away from paid for software like Adobe products, and they are failing miserably. It is not even close. Inkscape is much closer to Illustrator, in my opinion, than GIMP is to Photoshop, but both of them are failing really badly. Thankfully, the painting space in Linux is okay. I think Krita is pretty good. I actually have to give Krita credit. It can pretty well pound for pound battle it out with like CorelDRAW and stuff. But dude, it's crazy. Linux, yeah, it's sad because I really love Linux, but you can't. If you're a creator at all, so you want to like record and edit video, I guess you can use Kdenlive, right? You can maybe get DaVinci Resolve or something to work, right? But if you're making like thumbnails and videos and subtitles, you need good audio editing, good video editing, and good image editing. And every single application that you would use that isn't like a Windows application running in Wine is going to be less than the equivalent on a Windows platform. Literally at every stage. You need to make a thumbnail. The software you use isn't as good as Photoshop. You need to record, you need to edit video. It's not going to be as good as like Premiere, right? You need to edit audio. It's not going to be as good as like Audition or a fully fledged digital audio workstation like FL Studio, Ableton, Pro Tools, not even close to Pro Tools. It's really crazy that there is no content creator space really in the Linux world still. It's all games. All anybody talks about is Proton and games. And that's not what's keeping me from moving to Linux. I would be willing to sacrifice a lot of games and move over to Linux if I just had better equivalents to those content creation software packages. That's it. It would make a huge difference. And not without like, okay, I got to get bottles to run this thing, and then I got to run an instance of Wine to run this plugin that goes in this particular thing, and then I got to navigate through Pipewire and Jack into ASIO, and it's like without some, it really bothers me because I want to see Linux become the operating system that people use. Because if you are just someone who's doing office stuff, dude, what are you doing paying for Windows? You're on crack. There is no reason to. Literally no reason to. When I did an office job, everything was on Linux and I had no problems with it. But I don't want a computer that just does office stuff. That's not interesting to me. It's good for work. That's it. And it's good for office work. It's not good for any kind of content creation shit. But I will scream that from the rooftops till the day I die. They need to work on that. We need to work on that. Because it is a community-driven thing. God, it just, oh man, it really does get under my skin. Because it's what's keeping me from switching over. Especially, like, the GIMP thing really disappointed me. Because there was so much hubbub. It was like the first major update to GIMP in 19 years. I can't tell a difference. Like, there was some, like, UI changes. That was it, as far as I could tell. You know, there are some good plugins for GIMP, too. Like, I'll give it credit. There's a lot of good batch plugins for it. But, like, working with paths wasn't made easier. Working with layers wasn't made easier. None of the tools were made any more intuitive. Not any like real functionality was added. There's no like content awareness or anything in it like there is in Photoshop. That really made me sad. The one tool that I have seen that has grown the most, the one open source tool that I have seen grow the most is Godot. Oh, Blender. Yeah, Blender and Godot, that's it. That's interesting, but Blender and Godot they are fucking fire. They're amazing. Crit is pretty good too. I would argue that Krita is one of the best painting programs available for any platform. I would say Blender is the best 3D creation software of any platform. And Godot is at least competitive with the other big engines. I don't think that Godot is the best, though. Unity is probably still technically the best. But yeah. Yeah, there are good 3D packages. I think Cinema 4D is really, really popular too. But I have known people to switch between Maya 3D and Blender. And there was definitely a video where it was a Maya 3D professional who did visual effects for movies who hated Blender at first and ended up enjoying the workflow so much that he actually preferred it to Maya. But Maya is pretty top tier. You're not wrong. I feel like, I don't know if I would say it's objectively better than Blender, but it's definitely on par and by many people is considered superior, yeah. The problem with software like that is the number of people transitioning over to Blender and how quickly Blender updates is going to outpace Maya really quickly, I think. Because it has a really large community. It's crazy to me that there isn't a larger music community on the Linux platform, but there is none. It's basically non-existent. If you go look up anything that's like music related with Linux, it's either how to get Windows applications to work on Linux, or it's some really convoluted kind of shitty piece of software. Ardor is not too bad, but it's so ugly. Ardor is so ugly. Like, I don't want to open link. I want to open the image. This is Ardor. This is... What did that do? That's crazy. Yeah, this is what Ardor looks like. It's okay. It's just, it feels like 2003 when you use it. It's more modeled off of like Pro Tools. It's kind of a Pro Toolsy way of going. I would say on Linux, your best bet is Reaper or Bitwig. Reaper is really good for recording. But yeah, it's not even Ardor's fault, really. The problem with Ardor is ASIO. There was something about ASIO updating for Linux. Dude, I love Death Grips. I cannot stream to Death Grips. Having a dude yell at me while I'm trying to concentrate does not work. It doesn't. It does not work. It is so distracting. It's not that I don't like it. It's just incredibly distracting. It's true though, dude. I have a guy that's yelling in my ear while I'm trying to look things up on the internet. It's like, Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. Calm down. Calm down, Ride. It's okay, bro. Damn, dude. I don't know where I saw. I read a thing that ASIO was considering making an update that would make it compatible with Linux systems, and I don't remember now. This is garbage. If they say yes, they're full of shit. Reaper and Bitwig Studio are good. Waveform is actually good, and so is Qtractor. I'm not a fan of Rose Garden Ardor. I've never used Mixbus. Renoise is ancient. To be fair, Qtractor is fucking ancient. Audacity is a good audio editor. This is good for writing scores, but they're not the same. DAW. I think, yeah, this is just a sequencer. This is a DAW. So, fuck it. I'm going to have to write my own software for Linux in order to make the transition over. Some people apparently have been able to get Neural DSP to work on Linux. That this guy 3 years ago supposedly did. So, what was it? So, a more straight to the point tutorial for Arch is available here. First of all, you'll need to install Jack. You'll need to get QJack GTL for the GUI interface to control Jack to run it. Right? Then under setup, select your interface, a sample rate. Then before running Jack, disable Pulse Audio, which is another audio server that can interfere with Jack, right? So you have to physically, you have to, yeah, that's fine. Let's see. So yeah, anytime you want to use your software, you would have to you'd have to disable Pulse Audio before doing anything else. You have to get Wine. You have to get Wine ASIO. All right, so these are the things that you got to get, which is fine. After running, a prompt pops up. Give me a second. I know it is. I know it is. The thing is, I don't know of anybody that uses Pipewire and or Pulse Audio directly for audio like music creation on Linux. Everyone I know that does actually use Linux for music stuff uses Jack. I don't actually know why. I don't know why that is. I haven't been able to successfully do anything music related on Linux before, so I'm sure there's a reason. I just don't know what it is. Yeah, the thing is, if I'm doing something like this, because I'm going to have to interact between Jack and Wine, I would probably stick to this tutorial as closely as possible. I have to run my audio interface at 64 or 128 frames when using Wine to avoid cuts. I suspect this is also due to my incompetence with audio interfaces, as reducing the gain dramatically reduced the number of cuts. So maybe I'm founding X runs with oversaturation. Sometimes I can't open the plugin settings directly. Rather, I have to open the MIDI mappings menu, which solves the problem because of some magic I can't understand. Maybe the GUI doesn't load properly by opening the setting directly. Ooh, run Pipewire to get... Okay, there's a link, actually, so you might be onto something. Run Pipewire to get Jack and Pulse Audio working at the same time. Which, that sounds weird, because it's like you're running an audio server to get 2 other audio servers to work at the same time. I feel like he doesn't know what he's talking about here. It's probably Pipewire Jack, like you're talking about. Ooh, Lin VST, what is this? Add support for Windows VSTs to be used in Linux VST capable DAWs. Interesting. You know what? I might try this at some point. Just for shits and giggles. I might see if I can get it to work. It would be a huge pain in the ass, but assuming I could get it to work, I would consider it.
Oh. Are you her?
Raw Fury.
Where is this? Where
Graphically looks really weird.
You're in the right place.
Yeah, I know that. I did know that because I used the Pulse Audio volume control for Pipewire. I didn't know that before recently. I was like, oh, that's cool.
But you won't like what you'll find.
Can I leave?
We're not stuck or lost. No. We are right where we are supposed to be.
Is this hell?
Hell would have meaning. No, this is just us and our queen.
The only issue I have with this is it feels like a horror anime.
You think you can escape what you've done?
I think I can try.
I'll wishlist it. I didn't well, the problem is it was Nix OS. I don't think I directly installed Pipewire Pulse, but that doesn't mean anything because of its declarative. It may have been a module, and if I installed the Pipewire module, then it may have included Pipewire Pulse without me realizing it. But I'm not talking about the laptop. I'm actually talking about my all-in-one. The laptop was Manjaro, so it was a pre-built system basically, and it doesn't use Pulse Audio volume control. I don't use it. Well, I think I installed it on there later because it's just a nice GUI for adjusting all my audio things, like if I want to switch between like headphones and speakers or whatever. But it uses something else. Hang on. I'll see if I can remember what it's called. So there's a lot of CLI stuff. Can I go out of full screen? Are you being weird? Here, close. Oh, cancel. F. Oh, there we go. All right, hang on. What is this? I need to look at WayBar configuration to see what's going on here. I don't like the way they handle configurations in Manjaro at all. So they put everything in user share as templates, and then have basically blank files that include those configurations instead of putting them in config, which annoys me. User share sway templates WayBar config. Hang on. Hang on. It's because of where I am, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. This way? No, okay. Okay, hang on. It's weird because where everything's pre-built, I literally have to look at how it's built in order to figure it out. Memory network. Never mind. I may actually not fucking know. Exec. Okay, hang on. Yeah, I actually don't know. I actually don't know what the tool is that it uses. I'm gonna buy a GPU at some point, maybe even build my PC. That would be a lot of fun. I would love to improve my PC, but I just don't have the fucking money for it. I have to pick and choose my battles. I think it's just Pactal. Pretty sure it's Pactal. Is all it is. If I remember right, it's some, let me see, CLI. Yeah, it's Pactal and PackMD. Yep, that's what it is, yeah. And what it does is it runs a floating terminal window that stacks on top of all of your other windows that runs an instance of Pactal that lets you change settings using Pulse Audio. But that's Pulse Audio only, I think. My all-in-one is Pipewire. What's this? I don't know what this is. Man.
I'm very excited to report some new, interesting progress on the Looking Glass project. What's the Looking Glass project? I'm doing almost 200 FPS in Shadow of the Tomb Raider at almost 200 FPS, well, 120 FPS in our updates on a virtual machine that only has 8 cores. This is a Windows virtual machine that is running underneath Arch Linux. This is a fresh install of Arch Linux. I'll show you how I did it. You can basically run any game that you want under Windows.
That's great for games. Will it interact with my audio interface?
You can even run games under Windows that complain about virtualization. Games like Fortnite. It is possible to evade Fortnite's virtualization detection, but that is a huge pain in the butt, and I don't want to tell you exactly how to do that because then Epic Games will make it harder to detect when you're running in virtualization.
Because, yeah, if I had a Linux machine where I could virtualize Windows well enough to do audio stuff, that would be an option. That would actually be a fantastic option. I don't know that I'm technically good enough to work out how to do it well.
Right now. Some companies don't want you to play a game in a virtual machine because you'll cheat. But really, that's just a lack of skill in terms of the programmer securing it as it's running in a virtual machine, because you can cheat when it's not running in a virtual machine.
Yeah.
Windows runs
he's
in
right.
hypervisor mode anyway. Looking Glass. Looking Glass is a fantastic piece of software that brings sort of the promised land of being able to run a Windows virtual machine under Linux, with full GPU acceleration, you can pass through a GPU. But there's an incredible...
I don't care about the GPU pass-through. Well, I mean, it's cool for games, but...
update coming for Looking Glass that is to the indirect display driver, the IDD. If you're not familiar with pass-through and VFIO and that whole thing that I've been doing for like 10 years, basically you have a GPU for your host system. It can be an iGPU or whatever. Then you have a second GPU, and you pass that through to a virtual machine. And then Windows can run with the real piece of hardware. You can also...
Some Ordinary Gamers does this.
do that with storage. So you can have a Windows virtual machine that has real storage, real NVMe, and a real display. And that's what we've done here on our Threadripper machine. This machine is built around the Fractal...
God, look at that cooler, bro.
North case. It's got a nice wood grain. We did a video on that. And this is our ASRock TRX50 motherboard. Yeah, I'm just using TRX50, the 32-core Threadripper CPU. I've also got a 25 gig Mellanox network card. NVIDIA bought Mellanox, but Mellanox ConnectX 5, 25 gigabit. There's a lot of PCIe lanes here. This setup works fantastically well for all things Linux and Threadripper and everything else. And this Windows virtual machine is running exceedingly well as a virtual machine on our Threadripper platform. I even am running virtual storage. I don't even have a second NVMe set up for our Windows system. Our virtual machine with 8 cores passing through a 9070 non-XT, 179 FPS. You lose a little bit of overhead because it is running as a virtual machine, but keep in mind this is a 32-core Threadripper. It's not quite as fast per core, Zen 4 cores. It's still a phenomenal result if you...
Yeah, I actually have seen that clip. I did know that. Because Paul and John were fucking arguing incessantly. And George wrote that song. They actually were not finished recording it. They were going to do more takes. And he was just so sick of hearing John and Paul argue. He said, okay, I'm going to leave now. And that was it. That is pretty much the moment the Beatles died.
You just want to play some games. Boom, look at that. I close Looking Glass and I'm back to an Arch desktop. I launch Looking Glass and there we go. Now notice our Looking Glass window is smaller now, but it actually resized the Windows desktop. Yep, that's a feature of Looking Glass. When you resize Looking Glass, the Looking Glass client on Linux, if it's running on the Windows VM, it will resize to be whatever the number of available pixels that you have are. And yes, you can go full screen, so I can do that. And then this is running natively. We can see that we're getting our native resolution, but if you don't want to run full screen, that's okay. I can hit scroll lock F and it'll totally...
I mean, I used to do the inverse of this all the time with Linux virtual machines. So the inverse of like having like VMware was the one that I really like to use, even though VirtualBox I think is open source or at least freeware. But yeah, I used to use both desktops at the same time. In fact, you could get rid of the wallpaper from Linux and literally just have the taskbar or the open box capability right on your Windows desktop, which was really, really neat. It was like running 2 operating systems at the same time. Had very few issues with it. It just was kind of gimmicky. There was no point in it. It actually is a lot more point in running Windows inside of Linux. But yeah, there's so many moving parts. I'm not trying to be dismissive at all. Like if I can get USB pass-through to Windows and then use that audio interface to use Windows to record things. I mean, I'm still not technically fully on Linux though. I'm still relying on Windows. It would be cool. It would genuinely be cool. But I really wish there was a world in which I didn't have to do that.
Totally do that. Now, this indirect display driver is actually something very, very special because being able to play games and run this kind of stuff and that sort of thing, it's old hat for VFIO. If you're just learning about VFIO, this is a tremendous rabbit hole that you're about to go down. But the indirect display driver also has a trick up its sleeve, and that is it unlocks the ability to use more than one core for graphics acceleration. So if you don't pass through a GPU and you just want to be able to run a CPU-based GPU, you can do that. And it is dramatically faster than Spice and the VNC options that you have. So if you use a Virt Manager to create a virtual machine and you install the Looking Glass indirect display device, even though you don't have a GPU mapped, a second GPU mapped, if you throw a bunch of cores at that virtual machine, it will be able to run software emulation across many cores, and you will get pretty significant acceleration.
That's pretty
I did a
cool.
video a couple of months ago on the difference between
What was his
GPU
mouse? I'm curious what his mouse was. Hang on. So I'm at 437. Yeah, he does have a dog. To be fair, he's got a fucking HP keyboard too. I have, or had, this keyboard once upon a time. It's a HP low profile keyboard. It is the spongiest keyboard you will ever type on.
across many cores, and you will get pretty significant acceleration. I did a video a couple.
There's something I found recently that I want open sourced. Don't go out and get this, by the way, because there's a lot of fake websites. But my Air has a flat foldable mouse. Now, as a gaming mouse, worthless. But the fact that it's completely flat is hella useful if you just want a decent travel mouse. And apparently the clicks on it are great. The scroll wheel sucks, apparently. And depending on the person, they either really enjoy the fact that it doesn't collapse, or they bitch, yeah, it is $80, or they bitch about it collapsing. I'm not saying go buy this. I'm saying, why the fuck don't we make an open source version of this? Because this seems like a real simple concept to come up completely on your own. Making a flat foldable mouse and then just open sourcing the fucking 3D printer files for it or whatever, that would be a non-issue. You could totally make this. You can 100% 3D print basically this. You would just need the sensor. That's it, the laser. I feel like the custom keyboard community would be able to make an alternative to this in like 2 days, if that. And then you would just, you know, have your buddy 3D print it. And then there you go. I just thought of that. I didn't watch it and think, oh man, I really want this foldable mouse.
GPU accelerated.
I did think it was cool that it could flatten, but I'm not going to pay $80
Bing
for
maps and non-GPU accelerated Bing maps with the Intel Flex GPU, and you can see how terrible and janky it is when you you don't have a GPU driver. With the indirect display driver, you can get this kind of draggable performance. Now, to be sure, it's using a lot of your CPU horsepower, whereas with the default VGA, like no hardware acceleration driver, it's just going to use one core. You're relegated to one core, which is why it is a stuttery, terrible mess. And it's not. It doesn't seem to be very well optimized.
There is a I think it's a fuck, I can't remember what it's called. It's a Samsung monitor in my town on Facebook Marketplace, ultra wide monitor. It's 1440p tall. I don't remember how wide it is, but it's the equivalent of 2 monitors, curved display, and I think it might even be OLED. And I remember thinking, like, holy shit, that is the most ridiculous monitor I have ever seen in my life. It was still expensive though, like used on Facebook Marketplace, it was like $1,000. Hang on. I'm gonna see if somebody hasn't bought it. I think someone bought it because I don't see it now. There are other curved displays on here. Like there's a whatever the fuck this is. An Ultra Gear QHD 200 hertz. The one that I was talking about was 240 hertz. Yeah. Yeah, have a good night, man. I'm getting off here too. I never noticed that. What the fuck? He did that shit on purpose 100%, bro. He 100% was just like, I'm just going to say some gobbledygook. They're going to eat it up. 100%.
This driver is a little bit more optimized, and you're not getting something for nothing, but this is a much more usable experience. This is a dramatically more usable experience. So for home lab, for Proxmox, for anything, even if you're not physically passing through a piece of hardware, you should check out that Looking Glass indirect display device driver, which is coming soon. It's not quite out yet. Check on the forum or the Looking Glass IO website and see how that goes.
I didn't want to have to
The other part
pause
of the
it.
setup that I really have to comment
Oh,
on
it's
is
yesterday,
that
okay.
this was a dream. This was super easy to set up. I was shocked how easy it was to set up with Arch. Linux firmware-get is something that you're going to have to get with Yay or Peru or whatever. There are also community members that have packaged Looking Glass for Arch. Those are not officially supported because Looking Glass is not quite to a 1.0 yet, but they're basically bleeding edge. And so you can install the Git version of Looking Glass. You can get the Git version of the indirect display device driver. You can get all the stuff that you need to be able to run this on the very latest kernel. I'm running this on a 9070. I can run the 9070 on the host. I can run the 9070 as a virtual machine. The reset bug does still exist. For those of you that are new to the VFIO game, Code 43 and the reset bug, they're not necessarily the same thing. Sometimes you can't get the GPU to initialize whatsoever. Things are a little different as far as reset goes on the 9070. There is hope on the horizon for being able to reset, but what that means is that once the GPU gets into a certain state, you literally have to turn your machine off and back on in order to be able to use the GPU in a virtual machine. If everything shuts down correctly, and if the sun and the moon are aligned, and if you've got the right combination of hardware, it will be a little bit more reliable than other combinations of hardware.
That's pretty cool.
I wish it were a better,
but not as cool as I thought it was going to be. That is pretty cool though. Cause God, yeah, this is what he actually looked like. What I expected was to see a hoodie that looked vaguely like this. To be fair, I don't think you could do it. That's cute too. What are you looking for plushes for? Oh, it's sold out, sadly. All right, I think I'm going to get off here. I'll be back tomorrow. Oh, I'm probably going to go for another walk with my friend later tonight. Oh, which means I have to change clothes. I wear the same nasty clothes every time I go for a walk because I get gross. Yeah, I mean, shit happens. I feel the same way about GOC guitars because they had a really, really nice... Oh, they've updated. Let's go. Hang on. Pending listing. Shit. Damn, never mind. I was going to say, so they have like a dropship model. And they actually updated today. Every day they update. So Materia 8 plus Nebula, Materia 8 plus Ember. Unfortunately, they're pending listing, which is annoying. It means that they're not up yet. There's only one of these left. But I kind of want to get one of these to put to the test something you said to me. Literally you, Alfred. You were talking about how I was, what's the word? Like weirdly prejudiced against Chinese manufactured things and that they can be good. So these are American designed, but they're Chinese manufactured. And I heard some good things about these guys. Oh, wow. Do they have this for sale right now? It said 7-string, but that's not a 7-string. That's a 6-string. That's a lie is what that is. That is an 8-string. Wow, an 8-string that's only $8.95. It's actually cheaper. Why is it cheaper? What about this Ember? Also $8.95. Damn, dude, that's actually like a really good price for an 8-string. That's insane. Shipping is $100 though. Fuck, and I won't get it until May. I really was hoping they would have a Nebula. No, that is a 7-string. I was hoping they would have a Nebula. I want one of these. Why can I not view the image full? See, it's gotta be this little thing. Honestly, I'm not one for really flashy guitars generally, but I do think that's quite pretty. The only problem is it won't let me view that image. So it's this tiny image on my 2K screen, and I know that it's capable of being bigger. I want to see the whole thing without this weird zoom bullshit. Because this is what it looks like on my screen. Look at how small that is. What do you mean I can't just right-click view image? That's so crazy. Instead, I have to, like, inspect, I guess, and then find whatever the magnifier. That's a small image. Oh, there's a 960 by 960. Okay, go. Ah, there we go. Like, that's quite nice. That is actually a very nice looking 7-string. I would consider that, man. It's got like a dark rich light fretboard. It's got the bespoke wheel fucking truss rod adjuster. It's really nice. If only they had a Nebula this as an 8-string. One thing I like about this though, this is floating bridge, which means it's got a whammy bar. That is disgusting. That is the most disgusting looking thing I have ever seen. What the fuck is this? I mean, I get that it's a guitar, but what is this? This won 3 design awards? Why? Okay, so for the record, Tonewood is garbage. Tonewood is such a lie. Constructed so that the fundamental elements, the Tonewoods and the pickups, are put together in a modular fashion. Yeah, it's also ugly as shit, but it's a Dan Electro. Dan Electro, I actually have never liked Dan Electro stuff. Supposedly for the price, they're really good, but I'm not a fan of Dan Electro. They're just so ugly. Like to put it in perspective, like there is some considerations with this guitar for ergonomics, except they're not quite there. So for instance, this would be on my right leg. So I guess I'm not using that switch, right? So the way they have this set up is so that the switch is underneath past my leg and I have to play. So I don't like to play like this on my right leg. I don't like this. The reason is if I try to play the bridge, yeah, I get in the way. It's too far to the right. If I'm only playing down here, like if I'm one of those players that never figured out how to get past the 3rd fret and I'm literally just... right? Then I'm fine. I play the classical way, which is like this. The classical way like this, right? If the switch is here, it's on my leg. I can't play that. That's crazy. That is the most that would be so uncomfortable to play. This thing would legitimately be impossible to play. And then when you look at like the Dan Electro, right? Let's reopen this closed tab here. It's so perfectly rounded, right? If your right knee is here, where you're supposed to play, right? It's back here. So you're playing the bass like this. It would be like me playing my guitar all the way out here like this. I have to bend back in order to play. Like you can't even see where I'm fretting the fucking guitar. I love you, Dan. You're crazy. Can I get up high enough? Yeah, it's not even like it's on my leg like this. It's like this because of how far forward that arch is. So I have to reach past my right leg in order to fucking get to the fretboard and stuff. People just don't get it. So when you look at like, if you look at this GOC guitar, ugly. It's an ugly shape. But they're shaped like that for a reason. They're shaped like that because your right leg goes here. Your left leg goes there, which places it in the proper classical position, so you have fret access, it's actually an ergonomic build. They're built like that on purpose. They're not built to look weird. They're built to actually be comfortable to play. And when I look at some of these guitars, like this would be so awful to play. So incredibly awful to play. I just think, man, how are you sitting down and playing that? Every single one of these guitars you would have to play standing up, even when you're in a studio. You can't sit down and just goof with these. Because every single one of them would be a miserable experience to play. Okay, you're just being a dick. Because I'm saying that the classical way to play guitar by actual professional classical guitarists is this position. And that it's a skill issue if the guitar is ugly and uncomfortable and forces you to play outside of the classical position. So you have to do some weird gymnastics in order to play the guitar. Yeah, I don't have the skill of playing like a jackass. You're right. I don't play like a moron. I'm not capable of it. I don't know what to tell you. There's nothing ergonomic about any of those builds. I don't know why I swear you literally picked those because you're like, these have got to be the ugliest things I can find. Let's see if I can piss Teddy's off. Successful. They're ugly as shit. And not a one of them looked comfortable to play. The best one was by far the square one. The square one is the only one I could actually see playing. It's the only one that I could be like, okay, I can maybe make that work.
Yo, Mike, come on. You got this.
Is there no audio?
Oh, hold on.
Ah, my headphones died. Cool. The internet knows. Frame by frame analysis of what?
Let's say 20 seconds. Yo, Mike, come on. You got this. Oh, hold on, my bad. My bad. I was wiping some shit off. Pause.
To be fair, I did spill some shit on my keyboard right at the beginning of stream today, and I had to disconnect it on stream to wipe it off so it wouldn't do weird shit.
Wait.
It landed perfectly in the middle of the key, though. Bro, don't hold your drink with your mouth, dude.
Exiting narrator.
What the fuck?
Dude, I'm not this bad.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck just happened.
C.
It could have also been yes. He might have accidentally changed the language settings to Espanol. Dude, set the fucking cup down. You know what aggravates me about this? Dude is like holding the whole time. The whole time.
What the fuck?
Set your fucking cup down. Not in your mouth, you fucking idiot. Wow, dude. How? That's a magnificent fuck up, bro. That is a magnificent fuck up. So, like, my biggest issue is macros. So my macros are numpad keys, right? So what I've done is I've bound the second layer so that all the numbers in the top row are the numpad versions of the numbers, which is great if you have a full-length keyboard. You don't have an issue. But those numpad numbers are what I use to switch, right, between stuff. But if you notice, I can do it with 2 and 3. So I'll set the video to 0. Now watch when I switch to this scene. It's at 23 seconds. Now, if I switch to this scene, it's at 34 seconds, right? But then if I switch back, it'll be back at 23 seconds again. Because you use the numpad to control. It might actually just be numbers in general. Yeah, you use numbers in general to control YouTube videos. So you can't use numbers as shortcuts. What I should have done is bound F13 through F24 to my number row, and then I wouldn't have to worry about it because they're not bound by anything else. Video unavailable. Oh, it's a shorts video. Hang on. Still doesn't work. Okay. Doesn't matter. I just need any oh, that's not super slow. Oh, this is not the correct. Hang on. Was it coproxy that I used to use? Yeah. Just for quick instances of stuff. Video unavailable. Go home. Wait. It doesn't. Nope. Still doesn't work. Interesting. I don't know what you shared with me, bro. I did find a really funny meme today, though. Hang on. I shared it more near. I found 2, actually. There was one of JD Vance painting Donald Trump's face with Cheeto dust. That one was pretty good. But this one, what is JD Vance's full name? Just killed the Pope. So stupid. So stupid, dude. Did you download it? No, you didn't. Okay, hang on. Wait. Why does the Y scale, why is it controlled by the numpad? That's so crazy. Hang on. I never knew that before. Why? Is this the quickening? Is that what they were talking about? All right, dude, you're going to have to calm down. This is too much. I'm getting off here. Wait, did I see this one? Yeah. Did I see this one? No. I don't understand how he did that. Okay. All right, I'm out of here. Have a good night, man. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll figure it out. I don't know what I'm going to do, but we'll figure it out. Until then, I bid you adieu. Have a wonderful one, dude. Later.